Good evening, everybody. I'm Love Coach Scott Thomas, and it is Saturday Night Alive, the Global Peace Tribe. Welcome, everyone. I want to thank all the people that are watching us on Facebook and on YouTube, and I want to invite you, come on into our Zoom room. Tonight's show is going to be epic. We have remarkable speakers, and we are tackling such important topics. I'm sure that all of you know by now that a big report is supposed to be released. It's been mandated really to inform us, the public, of what the government knows about UFOs, or what they now call unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs. Now, we're going to have with us tonight people that have been studying this for decades, experiencers, researchers, contactees, and we're really going to open up the dialogue in a very dynamic way. It's such a powerful and important topic. We also tonight are supporting all of our friends that are activists that are protecting, especially native lands, protecting our water. We're going to hear from Winona LaDuke, who actually was a vice presidential candidate on the Green Party when Ralph Nader ran. So we've got an amazing group of people with us tonight, but please come into the Zoom room. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, come join us. It's really easy. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com, globalpeacetribe.com, and register. It takes like a minute. And what's wonderful about registering is you'll be in the Zoom room. There's already about 300 other people in the Zoom room. We're going to get to 500, 600, 700 people tonight. And that's where you can more easily interact with people like Alan Steinfeld, Mark Sims, John Martin, Clifford Mahudi, the Hurtaks, Preston. We've got a remarkable group of presenters. And when they're not presenting, you can chat with them, which is a pretty cool thing to do. Also, it's a good thing to join and make sure we have your email address so that we can send you access to our ever-growing website, to how to watch the replays, not just of tonight's show. We've done like 62, 63 of these, going all the way back to the beginning of the pandemic. And every one of our shows has been amazing. So we want you to join our Global Peace Tribe. What is the Global Peace Tribe? It's you. If you're watching, it's because you're caring about what's happening with making contact. You care about what's going on with activists that are dedicated to changing the world. And as we are coming together, we're doing more and more events, we're creating retreats, we're creating very special activities and opportunities for us all to get to know each other and to support each other. So please come join us. And it's great to have you with us. I also finally want to acknowledge that about 25% of the people watching this show will be watching the replay. So if you're watching the replay, welcome. You're still absolutely invited. We still want you to join so we can keep you updated about all that we're doing. So please go to www.globalpeacetribe.com, whether you're with us right now, watching live on Facebook, or watching the replay. I want to introduce my amazing co-host and partner, Deborah, and she's going to tell us all about the people we've got on tonight's show. Take it away, Deborah.
Thank you, Scott, and welcome everyone to what is now our 64th show that we have produced every Saturday night since the lockdown in April 2020. This is the third month of season 5, Time to Thrive, and we have 3 more amazing shows in June, and then we're going to launch season 6, An Incredible Mix, which will take place July through September. And I want to thank you all so much who have donated to Saturday Night Alive. When you have signed up for the Zoom link or you've gone to our GoFundMe and given us your free love, because Scott and I produced this for you along with our amazing team, and your donations really help us create the next season for you. So thank you so much. You can always go to GoFundMe and type in Global Peace Tribe and you'll see our GoFundMe there. So thank you so much. And this is going to be another incredible show. The theme is Raising Consciousness, UFO Disclosure, and Defending the Sacred. Saturday Night Live is dedicated to providing you with the most important information during these highly activated times, especially as our world is transforming so rapidly. And we support the belief that we have the power to create the world we want, especially if we unify together with common goals, share important information, and support important causes like we are doing tonight that are changing our world. It's all interconnected. So during the show, we're going to provide powerful and new information on ET connections and supporting our Native American family that will support people's rights and respect for Mother Earth. We are going to be featuring Winona LaDuke, and she will share why she's leading a massive protest to stop Pipeline 3 that's happening right now with the Treaty Peoples Gathering and a major pipeline that's being built on Native treaty land and Mississippi headwaters. And we'll hear from Native American elders about the longstanding history between the Star people and the Indigenous. Mark Sims has brought on several important UFO researchers that will reveal the history of our UFOs and current revelations. And Daniel Sheehan will share about what we might hear from government and much, much more. So I want to introduce you to these amazing presenters that we're going to have tonight. Mark Sims is back with us. He's a spiritual scientist, and he had a face-to-face contact experience that profoundly changed his life. And he has spearheaded the movement of galactic communication with making contact. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Deborah. It's a pleasure being here. I'm on my way to Las Vegas to pick up Daniel Sheehan and his lovely wife, Sarah Nelson, from the airport. And then we go to Laughlin, and we'll be there all week, this week for the Laughlin UFO mega conference. And that's going to be a big conference after all the disclosure from Lou Elizondo and all the scuttlebutt from the aftermath of that. And Danny is, right on the front lines as Lou Elizondo's lawyer. And so he's got an update on things there that will be very exciting. So I'm going to be here just for a few minutes. I want to introduce Preston Dennett, it's such an honor to have him here on the show tonight. He is very, very well researched. He's written many books on this topic. He has a beat on this UFO and ET phenomenon unlike anybody else in the field. And we're just so honored to have you here, Preston. Mm-hmm. Thank you for coming.
Hey, thanks, Mark. It's an honor. Yeah, this is awesome. An awesome event. You guys are doing important work. These are very exciting times. And it's time that everyone knows we are not alone. This is really good news for humanity.
Yeah.
Welcome, Preston.
Thank you.
And I also want to honor Winona LaDuke, who's going to be with us by video, because she is on the ground right now at the Treaty Peoples Gathering. She is a Harvard-educated economist, environmental activist, grandmother, and she is leading the cause for the Treaty Peoples Gathering. And we're going to talk more about that later. I want to welcome Clifford Mahudi, who is a member of the Zuni Pueblo Indian tribe of New Mexico, who honors awareness and connection with the galactics as part of their Native American history and teachings. Welcome, Clifford.
Glad to be here.
All right, thank you so much. And we're also going to have Dr. J.J. Hurtak and Deisree Hurtak. They are social scientists, futurists, founders of the International Academy for Future Scientists. They have been involved in this field way back to 1977 when they were at a World Congress on UFOs along with J. Allen Hynek. So they have a lot to share. Welcome, you both.
Thank you. Great to be here.
And again, we have Alan Steinfeld, who's a writer, public speaker, television talk show host, and author of the book he just released called Making Contact. And he's also been working for 25 years through his New Realities YouTube and many events that he produced. Right. Welcome, Alan.
Well, thank you, Deborah. It's so important you're doing this show about the environment and UFOs because those are the two subjects that may not seem related, but they're the ones that are going to bring this world together in a unity of consciousness. What's up there and what we're living on needs the most attention. So this is bringing the world into balance, particularly this show. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you, Alan. And as usual, we have incredible musicians. We will have Joanne Shenandoah. She is Native Americans' one of the most celebrated musicians and lecturers. She's a Grammy Award winner with 3 nominations, an Emmy nominee, and she has over 40 music awards, including 15 Native American awards. And we will be featuring Cornflower, who we love, one of our most favorite performers. He's well known for live looping, beatboxing, and just channeling from spirit in the moment, the perfect music that lifts the frequency up. Welcome, Cornflower. And we're also happy to have John Martin. He's a classically trained guitarist and experiencer. He uses music and positive thought and love projection to connect to the star family. Welcome, John. And we're always happy to have Lori Grace. She is very passionate about the subject, especially. She's an important activist for Mother Earth and supports Native causes and is deeply supporting the Treaties Peoples Gathering that is happening right now. And for fun and to lighten things up, we have magician Paul Draper. He's a comedy presenter, a mind reader, very talented musician. We have him on Saturday Night Live a lot because we love him. You'll also see him on the History Channel, A&E, HBO. He's been around. Welcome, Paul. And as you know, we use this platform because there are thousands and thousands of you all around the world. And the power of community is so strong. And tonight we are going to support the Treaties People Gathering that's taking place right now in Minnesota that has the goal of protecting Native and community lands through stopping Pipeline 3. This is very similar to Standing Rock, and we're going to explain in detail what's going on there. But we are going to be posting the link where you can donate in the chat room. So please be generous at any level, whether it's $5, $100. But if you can't be there in person, this is how we can share our green love and make a change in the world right now. So thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. And we are going to start with some music.
Thank you, Deborah. You know, I also want to let everybody know that one of the most important speakers that we're going to have tonight is Danny Sheehan. You heard Mark talk about how he's actually on his way to pick Danny up right now. And Danny really is going to bridge the gap for us. He has been for 40 years the leading civil rights attorney for our great global peace tribe, going all the way back to the Karen Silkwood case, the Pentagon Papers. He has really been at the forefront. And most recently, some of you might have seen on 60 Minutes, the whistleblower that came out, who was on 60 Minutes a few weeks ago talking about what the government is hiding about UFOs. Well, guess what? Danny is the one who's representing him, going to be in Washington, D.C., representing him in front of the Pentagon. So we've got Danny with us. He'll be joining us in probably in about an hour and a half, 2 hours. So that's another wonderful speaker that we have with us tonight. It's really...
Scott, I also want to acknowledge our sponsors, because we've got 3 sponsors this time that have really made this happen. Of course, Mark Sims is one of our incredible sponsors who have always helped us create these shows. And teaming up together is Lori Grace, as I mentioned, and also Jay Mayer of Light Touch, who is also our executive producer. Also want to honor Jan Kaplan, who partners with Jay and helps us bring these Indigenous shows that we've been doing every season. So thank you so much, Lori, Mark, Jan, and Jay, for making this possible. So much love and appreciation to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you, everybody who's watching. We've got 350 people in our Zoom room now, and all of you watching on Facebook, come on in and join us. Get ready. It's going to be an incredible show. And as Deborah said, we always like to start with music. And I'm so grateful that we've got Joanne Shenandoah with us. When we realized that we were going to be putting a lot of emphasis on to support of the Native American people, who else to have but our wonderful friend Joanne, who has brought a lot of amazing people into our previous shows. And Joanne is, of course, an incredible musician, but she also is so connected to her heart. And so Joanne would love to hear what you have to say and If you want to share anything musically or verbally or both
Yeah, of course.
about this
Oh,
time.
thank you. Thank you for inviting me again. I totally love your work and what you're doing. I think this is so special because, you know, I was on Ancient Aliens. I've had Morley Safer in my living room. I mean, I've had a wonderful life and amazing career in a lot of ways, not just for the financial benefits, but for really finding the peace within. And that's what the Iroquois, the Haudenosaunee people are all about. And when there comes a point where you have to make a decision about the earth and all the blessings the earth has to give us, we have to give gratitude. That's our major essence of how we live. And so every day we give thanks. That's a major thing for us. And I think all Indigenous people around the world, I mean, all mothers want their children to get along, all grandmothers, doesn't matter how talented, smart, intelligent, or good looking, or whatever. It's just that we want all our children to have clean air, clean water, great food to eat, and to give back to the earth. So there's like just these small elements of the earth that are so like amazing because, you know, we say, okay, take what you need from the earth, use all you take, give gratitude for what you have, and then leave the world in a better place than when you found it. So that's, you know, such a beautiful message. And, you know, I've been so blessed to have all these mentors in my life, from Houston Smith, who wrote the book on the world's religions. I mean, I've had the opportunity to sing for so many world religious leaders. And, you know, I just believe in having earth balance, living in harmony and nature with each other and the natural world. That's like so key. You know, when you see the miracle of the seeds, even when we play the rattle, it's has seeds in the rattle. So that's like calling all elements of nature to come together. So if we can do that with each other, it makes all the difference. And our children and our grandchildren and their children and their children will continue to have the blessings of life. So with that, I guess I'll sing you a song. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay, so here's a song called Mother Earth Speaks, because she gives us everything we need to survive. I shake, I shout, from time to time, no attention is paid to mine. I fear for you, not just for me. My heart beats on. Why can't you see? Don't steal my thunder, don't break my heart. I'm your mother, hear my beating heart, hear my beating heart. Rape the land, rape your mother, take the poison from all my water, cut the trees down to my soul. strip my body of all its oil. Don't steal my thunder, don't break my heart. Hear my beating heart.
Oh. That is so beautiful. And it's just
Thank you.
such a lovely tone for us. Such a lovely tone. No
Thank
pun
you.
intended. You know, I want to encourage everybody to go to Joanne's official webpage. And she's so many things. She's an artist, an educator, a singer, even an actress. She's a narrator. She works with a lot of the major studios. There's so many things that Joanne is doing. You can learn all about that and catch some of her music by going to her website, and it's her name, Joanne, Joanne, Shenandoah, SHENANDOAH.com. And Joanne's going to be back with us in just a couple of weeks. So we're excited about that.
Yeah, I'm a direct descendant of Chief Shenandoah 7 generations ago, who helped to save George Washington during the Revolutionary War. Yeah, we had the Peace Medal that was given. So it's an amazing legacy to be able to continue the educational aspect of life, because we have the Hiawatha Institute as well, which is phenomenal. We've been given sacred land, one of the most sacred sites of the Iroquois, and there's so many stories. And the song "Oh Shenandoah" was written after one of his daughters, as a matter of fact. But anyway, I'm really blessed to be on this show. Thank you for having me again.
Joanne, we love you. Thank you for being with us, and stick around. You can enjoy what you have to see tonight. Thank you. All right, I am going to introduce Preston Dennett. He's a new friend to Saturday Night Alive, but has been in the UFO field for a very long time. He first started investigating the paranormal and UFOs in 1986. He discovered that family, friends, and co-workers were having very dramatic experiences. And since then, he has been absolutely diligent in studying this field. He's authored 26 books, over 100 articles about UFOs and the paranormal. He has a lot to say, a lot to share, a lot of experience, and we're very grateful to have you with us, Preston.
Thank you, Scott. I'm very excited. Yeah. Actually, what I would like to talk about tonight, and I don't have a lot of time, so I'd just like to share some messages that were given to contactees by the ETs themselves. And one lady I interviewed, I call her Lynette. That's not her real name. She's a bit shy about coming forward, but she got a very interesting message. She's originally from Georgia, now lives in Maine. And initially, her encounters were quite frightening. They're not now. She feels the ETs are here to benefit everyone. And here's the message that they told her after actually healing her heart. What they told her is that, and I'll just quote the ETs directly. This is the ETs talking, gray ETs. You must tell people to stop eating animals. You must tell people you are all interconnected. The power of intention is real. Thought is real. If you don't stop putting out the greed and negativity you are putting out, you are going to kill your race. They kept repeating that. The power of intention is real. Thought is reality. You must pay attention because you are going to do what we did. According to Lynette, this was their main message, and they proceeded to tell her that due to the way we've treated our environment, we are going to be dealing with some big environmental changes. They particularly told her that we're going to have a lot of trouble with earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, and disasters all across our planet. and gave her some very specific prophecies. They told her that Hurricane Katrina was nothing compared to what would be coming up. They also gave her more messages. They said that there are going to be more and more sightings across our planet. They said if people should start disappearing from our planet, it was because of them, and it is being done for the, quote, universal good. They told her they have been visiting our planet for a very long time, and that many of the visitations we've recorded as angelic was actually them. They said that they have intervened with our genetics to not improve not only the human race, but animals as well, and specifically dogs and cats. They enhanced their genetics to make them more relatable and more emotionally available to human beings. So they gave her all kinds of messages. And that's just one contactee. I know another contactee from Florida who was told that she needs to tell humanity that we must develop psychically, that this is crucial to our survival. This is what contactees are being told. Betty Andreasen, she's a very well-known contactee. The Gray she's in contact with, Quasga, said directly, love is the answer for humankind. So I just want people to know that the ETs do have our best interests in mind. Do not buy into the fear. This is good news for humanity. They are healing us, they are warning us, and they are doing their best to wake us up to our own spiritual abilities.
Thank you. Beautiful. Scott, you're muted, Scott. And
you actually had a little more time, so you caught me a little bit off guard. Preston, since you do have a couple more minutes, you shared some pretty scary prophecies just then. Earlier, when we were in our Zoom room, you were talking about your confidence about how the ETs that are here, even the Greys, are benevolent, that they're here for our benefit. And I'd love to just get a sense of some of the numbers. Like you had mentioned how many people you've actually worked with that have had healing and positive loving experiences. If you could just give us a little summary of that, please.
Yeah, I thought a lot of people within my own circle of family, friends, and coworkers who are having encounters. There's a quote from J. Allen Hynek that 1 in 40 people have had an onboard experience. And the Roper organization, a polling organization, found 1 in 50. I've talked to many hundreds of people who've had contact experience. And I will say not every single experience is friendly. People have had traumatic experiences and negative experiences. But by and large, most people that I've spoken with, even those who have had initially some very scary experiences, feel that this is a very positive phenomena. One gentleman I spoke with, who was a Navy medic, his name is Kevin Kamen. He was taken from his Navy ship on board a craft where he met 15-foot tall praying mantis ETs who told him that it was our messing around with nuclear power that caused what they call a countdown clock. And they gave this same message, warnings of widespread environmental changes. It's really, really time for us to pay attention to this planet. This is why this pipeline thing is so important. So yeah, it's all about the environment.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Preston.
Thank you.
Stick around. We're going to hear from Preston a little bit more later on during our roundtable discussion. You know, I want to acknowledge that Jay Mayer, our executive producer, has for a long time been talking about the correlation between nuclear testing and earthquakes and hurricanes. And we're going to hear from Jay a little bit later on today. I am really proud of the way that our organization, Saturday Night Alive, raises money. We've raised well over $75,000 since we started doing these broadcasts. And tonight we are raising money to stop Pipeline 3. And I'm about to play a video of a woman named Winona LaDuke. She's a remarkable woman. So I'm going to put up her picture so that you can see it for a moment while I kind of tell you a little bit about her, and then I'm going to play the video. So here's Winona. And let me tell you a little bit about this remarkable woman. She probably is most famous for having ran for vice president on the ticket, the Green Party ticket, with way back, let's see, it was about 12 years ago when she ran, and on the Green Party with Ralph Nader as the presidential candidate. And she's a Harvard-educated economist, an environmental activist, author, hemp farmer, grandmother, and two-time former Green Party vice presidential candidate with Ralph Nader. She is a powerhouse, and you're about to see. I did a pre-record. She's not available to be with us live because she's right now on the front lines of the protests taking place right now in Minnesota. And so she did sit down with me last Sunday. We spoke for quite a while. And this is what she had to say. So I want to invite you to drop in and let's all get an education about what's going on in Minnesota, what's going on with the pipeline, and why we're dedicating tonight's show, and we're going to continue to dedicate a lot of our time and energy to stopping Pipeline 3 and supporting our friends, our activists. Here we go. Winona, thank you so much thank you so much for joining us on a Sunday morning. And we're here to support you. Tell us a little bit about the history, what's happening next weekend, and how we can best support you.
Thanks for calling me up here. I'm in Park Rapids, Minnesota, near the headwaters of the Mississippi, Itasca Park. Lots of camping around here. I am camping with my extended family and other Anishinaabe people on the Shell River. The Enbridge Corporation, a large Canadian pipeline company, the largest pipeline company in the world, and the guys who send 75% of the tar sands into the United States, those guys want to build a line. It's called Line 3. And, you know, we've been fighting this line for 7 years because it was a bad idea 7 years ago. It's a worse idea now. You know, in a time of climate chaos, you don't need to add the equivalent of 50 new coal-fired power plants. You don't need to add oil. Enbridge has 22 rivers to cross, actually 67 rivers to cross that they haven't crossed yet. A lot of water. And pipelines are not what you want. What you want is pipelines for people, not for oil companies. Kind of a simple thing. And I think that, you know, if some of your people are in California, you know, we got all kind of old pipes from fossil fuel companies blowing up everywhere. And what we need is those fixed. And we need these companies to be companies that clean up their mess and not leave us with those mess. You know, so Enbridge has been trying to push this line through, and our tribes are suing. The state of Minnesota is suing to try to stop it, and our organization is. And yet they are marching ahead as we are in court. And they are marching ahead with this full force of unfurling 4,300 workers, northern Minnesota, scary as could be. I mean, the other problems with this are, you know, aside from the fact that we should move beyond our oil addictions, we'll talk about all this stuff later. The other problems is that, you know, you have a rogue Canadian corporation. Well, a couple things. One is now's not the time for new pipeline projects. We just saw the Keystone XL get canceled, right? Constitution pipeline didn't happen. And the Jordan Cove pipeline, that'd be the Oregon pipeline project. That didn't happen either because it's the end of the party. So who wants to be holding the last tar sands pipeline? Not me. It's kind of like being the last soldier to die in Vietnam, isn't it? Mm-hmm.
It's
Let's just not do that. No, that's it. I mean, actually, somebody told me that. They said John Kerry testified and said, you know, who gets to say you're the last man to die for a bad war? Who gets to say that you're the last person to get shot at with tear gas for the last pipeline? I'm not going to do that. We're going to stand. We're going to stand. And so we try to make the system work. I attended every hearing, intervened in every process. Our tribes did, and the system didn't work. Enbridge secured approvals by the state of Minnesota, and since then they started moving ahead. But a condition of their approval, which is super horrible, is that after the Standing Rock fiasco, the $38 million of military repression spent to repress water protectors, and, you know, all kind of people got arrested, legislators, church people, $38 million. Well, in Minnesota, they required Enbridge, a Canadian multinational, to pay for the police. Let me just say this one more time. To put in a pipeline project that nobody wants, the Enbridge Corporation, a Canadian multinational, is paying for the police force that is required. And so we have all kind of police equipment that has come into northern Minnesota that we're not even sure about. There's small towns that have MRAPs. That's a mine-resistant armored personnel carrier. There's a town of 1,200 that has its own MRAP. There's another town of 3,000 that has its own MRAP right here on the line. And then Enbridge has been reimbursing police coffers about $1 million so far in police equipment expenses. And then they have private security. And I don't know who's in charge or what's in charge of that. And it's a very volatile situation they're setting us up for. You know, and they need to withdraw the permits. And you know, this is the problem today, is that the state of Minnesota, the Governor Walz, you know, this is Minnesota, 10,000 lakes. There's all kind of water tourism up here. You know what I'm saying? People come to Minnesota to camp for the lakes. They don't come here to camp for the oil pipelines, right?
Right.
And it's just a really bad situation that he's, you know, that they're creating. And in the middle of that, you know, this isn't just our problem, because that carbon doesn't stay here, it goes everywhere. And more than that, I feel like that what you're finding is that the company is rogue. Why do I say that? I was just over in Michigan 2 weeks ago to celebrate the eviction party of the Enbridge Corporation. I don't know if you've been following this, but there's a pipeline that was put in 1963, a tar sands oil pipeline under the Straits of Mackinac. And 63, that's, you know, I'm 61, gonna be 62. So that's a pretty dang old pipeline, right? I suppose it's 58 years old or something, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm in good shape, but it isn't.
Right.
You know, old tar sands pipelines. And so the governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, ordered that pipeline, revoked the permit for that pipeline after 2 years of consultation, research, scientists. She said, this is too much a risk for the people of Michigan. And so she withdrew the permit. And the Enbridge Corporation said that they would not leave. And so the Enbridge Corporation said that the state of Michigan, which had issued them the easement, could not withdraw the easement.
Wow.
And they said the same thing to the Bad River Band of Ojibways in Wisconsin. You can't kick us out, we're here. So the question is when the party's over, how do you get them to leave?
Right.
And that is not a Minnesota problem, that's a national problem.
Yeah.
So I'm here because I'm in town now, but I'm camping on my traditional land on the river, and Enbridge is intending to cross that river, and I'm intending to stop them, probably with a lot of other people.
So tell us, how can we best support you? Of course, green money, and we're going to definitely raise money for you.
Okay, I'm going to show you some pictures too now.
Yeah,
check out me. Okay, so I showed you. So this is okay. So this is a little bit. Can you see this? This is my village.
Yep.
Okay, so this is my village at Pine Point. This is some murals we're painting on a 50-year-old housing project, maybe 60-year-old housing project. I'm just saying.
Who's the little bugger peeking out the window?
Elise, I think her name is Elise. You know, I didn't paint this. My cousin designed it, and some beautiful young women painted it. But you know, we're in this situation where you know, this is what it looks like. We're all ready for a just transition. You know, I've been working on solar and hemp. I'm a hemp farmer. I'm all ready to move along. You know, but in the meantime, this is what it looked like. It was minus 20 degrees, minus 10 degrees, and there we were. So far, 300 people have been arrested since this started. 300 people. Look like us. That's me. Like me in my greatest move. I was the back of a bear rubbing into an Enbridge outhouse. I don't know if that's a felony. I don't think so. This is, you know, kind of like what our sisters look like up here. That's Dawn Goodwin, and she's the one who stopped some big equipment. You know, she didn't really mean to, but she ended up stopping it.
Wow.
And there's them arresting some more people. That one they're arresting is a Catholic worker. Her name's Michelle. But we're not afraid to get arrested, because what you going to do if you can't drink the water? What you going to do if you don't got a planet? You know?
Yeah.
The thing is that the laws and the system has failed us. You know, we just see that. I mean, why am I telling you that? You live in the same country I do. I mean, didn't I just see the Republicans say that they don't want to investigate the insurrection?
Oh yeah, they're blocking it. Blocking.
Right. I was like, wow, looks like the system's working just fine.
Yeah.
You know? So you overthrow the government or attempt to overthrow the government, but we won't investigate that, you know? So we're, you know, I see this moment as a moment for great opportunity and change. You know, you got two choices. Our people talk about two paths, one path being well-worn and scorched, the other path being green. This is what it looks like. And at this moment, it's called the time of the seventh fire. You have a choice between two paths, and it's time to pick the good path. You know, and I say that to you because, you know, in the world that we all live in, this is a time of tremendous change. I like what Arundhati Roy, the Indian writer, says when she talks about pandemic as portal. And what she says is that in the history of the world, pandemics have forced societies to change.
Mm-hmm.
This one is no different. It's a portal between one world and the next. There's some of our state legislators supporting us. And she says, how do you want to go through the portal? Do you want to take your avarice, your hatred, your dirty rivers, your data banks, or you want to walk through clean? I say we fight these guys, the bad ideas, one more round of bad ideas. It's the end of the fossil fuel party. How do I know that? Did you just see that the Saudi sovereign fund just divested of all his tar sand stock? Wow. The Saudi Arabian Saudi. I thought that was so funny. You know what they did? They bought video game stock. I was like, I don't know. But why am I showing you here? This is the free speech zone that's been designated. It's that little yellow.
Right, little yellow
there.
part.
Yeah, so that's where you can have free speech in Minnesota, but we've kind of disregarded that. We express our free speech rights as Americans and as Indigenous people where they should be expressed. And so, you know, this is kind of our work. I'm just going to say we're building, this is our hemp crop.
Beautiful.
Right. And we're doing solar. What am I telling you? Our organization's called Honor the Earth. And we're installing solar thermal panels. We're building solar thermal panels. And one of our tribes putting up solar. We're all ready. We're all ready for that just transition, and Joe Biden better move us along, because otherwise we're going to be fighting over pipes and rocks for 20 years. And I'm too old to do that. I'll be pretty crabby if I got to do that. So we're just ready to move along. Beautiful. Anyway, so that's our organization, Honor the Earth, honorearth.org. And if you want information, you can look at that or stop line 3. I have a camp on the river. On the Shell River, on the Shell City Campground, it's called, public campground. I'm the public, thought I'd just take my space in the public campground. But my point is that there's probably 1,000 people coming this weekend to northern Minnesota. If you're nearby, you should come. Come to Park Rapids, come to look up on our website. We have a gathering of treaty people who understand these treaties and our commitments to each other. Because that's what these treaties are, is commitments to each other too. And
we do have people from all over the world, all over the country. So this is important. What are the dates, the exact dates? It starts on Saturday, June 5?
Yeah, June 5 to June 8th is the first round. But, you know, and there's thousands of people coming, that are 1,000 people, I suppose, that are going to stand up. And many are just going to express their First Amendment rights. You know, I don't know what's going to happen, but I know that a lot of people might be here to stop Enbridge. Mm-hmm. And it's about time someone did. But you know, but you keep 5th to the 8th. You come to northern Minnesota if you can. The camping is beautiful, and there's plenty of things to do with your fellow people that are all double vaccinated and outside. Be a water protector. Be outside. Be happy. And then, you know, we anticipate that things will escalate. I don't know. It's really Governor Walz's call, but you know, after he arrests a bunch of church people, we'll see who he wants to arrest. I mean, I didn't close down his line that Catholics lock themselves to his pipes. Wow. After that, some librarians did. I keep saying, I'm not your problem. I didn't do anything. But you know, we assume that it's going to escalate, because I think the company, this is the third pipeline project they've attempted to put through. The other two were defeated. And so they want this pipeline, but we want our water more than they want the pipeline.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And so you can also just support us at Honor the Earth. if you want more information.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to, we're going to be posting the link where people can donate.
That's great.
And so, donating time, donating money, getting out to Minnesota, supporting you. And how do things look? Do you have some political support on a local level?
We have all kinds of support. We have all kinds of political support locally, nationally, regionally.
Good.
We have all kinds of support. State representatives have been coming up here consistently, and the Becker County or the Hubbard County Sheriff is pretty repressive. But we'll see, because I think that he's exceeded his authority on a number of occasions. So we'll see how the Attorney General looks upon that behavior of the police and the multinationals up here.
All right.
We have a lot of support. We're gonna, we have more people that more legal needs and stuff. But so it's going to be quite a beautiful struggle.
Yeah. Well, we're going to carry this, of course, next Saturday, June 5th, but we're also going to do updates. And that's what we do on big stories like this. We are the Global Peace Tribe. We had, I think, Danny Sheehan. He was one of our speakers last night's show. We had 8 speakers last night. Danny was.
I know Danny Sheehan.
Of course, you know Danny. And so we had Danny on last night. And we're all about the same thing, really supporting the change. And we've had so many people of different spiritual persuasions who have shared. I'm going to come back to seeing the full you. We've had so many people of different spiritual persuasions share with us very much what you're saying, that the pandemic, what's happening, this is it. This is the time that we've all been born into, to choose consciousness, to choose awareness, to stop the unsustainable practices of a very old paradigm that's dying. And so
it's not that old, actually, but it's like when they call it conventional agriculture, it's actually an aberration, been around for 50 or 60 years. This is kind of an aberration, corporate oligarchy. I know colonialism's been around a while, but the truth is that the fossil fuels playbook, like most of these politicians, got a playbook from the last century.
Yeah,
it is time for a better way of thinking, an old way and a new way.
Absolutely. Well, God bless you for the work that you're doing day in, day out. We're glad we get a chance to support you. We are going to have one fellow out there with a camera tracking. Gary Crane is going to be out there with you guys. And hopefully after seeing this, a lot more people are going to get out there. We are going to also send out, we have an email list of 80,000 that we're going to send out a note letting everybody know about this. So we're going to do our best to bang our drum and support you. And God bless you, and God bless all the people who are standing with you for what's right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, you all have a good day, and thanks for your time. And put some good prayers out for us, and love your water, because that's life.
Absolutely.
Then.
So wasn't that amazing? These are the power of our times. We can be right with her right now, and all the Native people, all the community that are there and have gone to Minnesota to stand up for us and for our Mother Earth. And we, as the power of the Global Peace Tribe, all of you all over the world, can now participate and send some green love and prayers to stop the Pipeline 3 and really make a change. So this is amazing. I've been posting in the chat room the link. So please, whatever you can give, whether it's $5, $10, $100, $5,000, 1,000, every little bit helps. And that's how we, as the power of community, can help make a change right now in real time as it's happening. So I invite you to make the donation. Also, as Scott said, we're going to put it in our email list. So if you can't get to doing it tonight, look for the emails. It'll be in there. And sending them all so much love, so much appreciation for standing up for all of us. And especially Winona LaDuke. She is amazing. She's been doing this forever. And you can see from the fire in her eyes and the passion in her heart that she's not going to stop and she'll be on it. We are so lucky to have powerful women like that leading us. So thank you so much for your donations. And, you know, this is the power of what we can do now as a community.
All right. And so we always have wonderful music, usually right after we've asked for money to be raised. And we are so grateful to have our beloved brother Cornflower with us. He's, of course, one of our most popular musicians. We will tell you a little bit after he plays about what he's going to be doing with us tomorrow night. Cornflower, what do you got for us tonight?
Well, I am so grateful to be here tonight. I have a song called "Hear the Call," and just to give a bit of perspective, the lyrics are written as if the earth is speaking to us. So when you hear these lyrics, receive it as if the earth is speaking directly to your heart. So here we go. Hope you enjoy it.
Thank you. Beautiful brother Cornflower. Thank you so much for that perfect message. Perfect music. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Stick around for a moment because I do want to show a couple things. Want to encourage everybody to go to his website, cornflowermusic.com. And there's a lot of his free music there, information about his upcoming events, and the upcoming event that, of course, we're sponsoring is tomorrow night. Cornflower and Kristen Hoffman, two of our absolute favorite performers. They met through Saturday Night Live. They said, wow, we should play together sometime. And Deborah and I jumped on and said, yes, why don't you do something together? And so they have put together a really extraordinary and beautiful evening. You can hear how excited my dogs are about it. It's tomorrow from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock Eastern. That's 1 o'clock until 3 o'clock West Coast. I'm going to mute myself and ask Cornflower to share a little bit about what's going to take place tomorrow.
Yes, so the Sonic Source Activation is a collaboration between Kristen Hoffman and I, and we are both going to be taking you on 4 sonic activation musical journeys. Each one can be totally experienced by sitting back and receiving, or you're going to be invited in to co-create with us by the first journey will be meditation and visioning, and the second journey will be painting and drawing. The third journey will be creative writing, and then the fourth and final journey will be dance and movement. And so we'll invite you to come in, and the goal of this whole experience is to give you some tools to really open to the source within you and to be able to bring forth your creative potential and your purpose here in the world. So you can either sit back and relax and experience 4 completely improvised, never heard before sonic journeys by Kristen and I, or you can interact with these tools that we personally have used and that have transformed our lives and helped us share our gifts with the world. So you can find out more at sonicsourceactivation.com and register for our event tomorrow.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Cornflower, for I sat in on a rehearsal of what they're doing, and it's going to be an amazing afternoon. So please, everybody join. There's a few spots left. That's tomorrow. And we're just so grateful for you, Cornflower. Thank you.
Of course, I'm so thankful for you guys. Thank you, Scott and Deborah, for how you see Kristen and I and how you've been supporting us. Thank you all so much.
Absolutely. All right. Well, speaking of people that we appreciate, I sure appreciate Jay Mayer and Jane Kaplan. Every week they've been putting together these wisdom jewels for us. Jay, of course, is our executive producer and co-sponsor of tonight's show. Jan is our amazing senior producer. And they've really done it this time. Take a look at the wonderful wisdom jewels for this week's show that they put together. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jan. And I'm now going to turn over. We've got two wonderful co-hosts tonight, Alan Steinfeld and Mark Sims. And I'm going to turn it over to Alan to introduce his friends, the Hurtaks.
Yes, JJ and Deisree Hurtak, both doctors, I think are the fabric that pulls this show together. They've studied indigenous wisdom. They're spiritual teachers in their own right. They're environmentalists. They're very concerned with the environment. I think Deisree has a doctorate in her environmental studies. And they're also fighting for the push for truth in the UFO front. So they pull this whole evolution of our consciousness that's happening with the global peace tribe here together into their teachings and into their passion to make the world a better place. So it's my honor to introduce my very good friends and mentors, Doctors Deisree Hurtak and JJ Hurtak. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Alan. We're very privileged to be here.
Right. And so we want to start with the support of Winona and everything that she said about the stopping of the replacement of Pipeline 3. They're all old pipelines in this northern part, central part of the United States. But also to bring out another thing she said that people might not know about is that the governor of Michigan actually has tried to really stop this existing pipeline because it is so old. I think it actually even is something like close to 60 some years old. And it goes right through the Straits of Mackinac, which is exactly where Lake Michigan and Lake Huron come together. And you can see it under the water. It's like looks horrible. It's been there for so long. And if it ruptures majorly in any one place, it's going to be a disaster. And it really is, the party should be over on both fossil fuels and nuclear fuels. We also had, and I want to bring this up for people to realize why it should be over, there was the cyber attack. Some of you may recall that in early May, where Colonial Pipeline, which is from Houston all the way to New York, brings 45% of our diesel, our gas, and our jet fuels that are used in airplanes. And it had to shut down for 2 days. Had it shut down for any longer than 2 days because of this ransomware, really people would have been standing in lines at gas stations all up and down the East Coast. So really, it's time to shift. It's time to get away both from fossil fuels as well as nuclear. And yes, the ET technologies have continually shown up over silos and neutralize them throughout the northern part of the United States, as well in places like Bentwaters in a joint base in Britain. They actually neutralize the nuclear weapons. They are giving us ongoing warnings.
The Academy has supported renewable energy technology for more than 30 years, particularly hydrogen, solar, wind, and geothermal. I spent many years in Brazil consulting with specialists who were interested in preventing deforestation. What we see now with the tropical air conversion currents even causing problems here in the southwest of the United States. So this is very important. We were able to talk to the elders. In fact, I'm wearing a teaching belt from the Shavanti Nation. Deisree and I were made honorary chiefs. We prayed with them using the ancient Hebrew, the Aramaic, their languages. And there were many signs that we saw, including spherical spheres of light that would pass through the villages. It's interesting that in 1986, when I was in Brazil, a whole flotilla of spaceships appeared over São José dos Campos in southern Brazil, bringing attention to an undisclosed nuclear facility that was being built. Even NASA did not have knowledge of this. It really caused an uproar in the Brazilian government, but it acknowledged the fact that the ETs were telling us we were taking a wrong step towards more nuclear plants, a slide to the destruction of our biosphere. So I want to point out it's very important that we, yes, be activists, but also be spiritualists and understanding there is a divine language that we can use. The ancients understood this. We are now coming into a whole new reality where we're going to be able to use a cosmic, so we say, vibratory language system that we see in the sacred geometries that have appeared in sky, areas over sacred areas.
I want to talk a little bit more about technology, because we believe that's one of the reasons why we're not going to have full disclosure. First of all, in terms of support for what's our next phase if we get rid of fossil fuels, we've supported hydrogen since the late 1970s, 1980s. We've actually in the 80s drove in a Mercedes-Benz run by hydrogen fuel. Green hydrogen is an amazing technology, totally clean. I think it's what the extraterrestrials really want us to move into for the next level of technology.
And even the ancients, we wrote a book entitled Giza's Industrial Complex, and we show pictures of artifacts and structures that suggest the Egyptians were able to use hydrogen energy, which they produced from salt water, that gave them energy sources to their vast underground hydraulic system.
And you won't need the pipelines, even though some hydrogen will be transported. The newest forms are seeming to be made, at least for automobiles, right on site. And I think that's one of the reasons they have not been so excited about passing on that technology. Literally, in the future, you can make hydrogen in your own backyard.
So green hydrogen is the key to the future. And this is why I'm proud to say that Deisree and I presented papers at global summits before major universities, major conferences, academic centers throughout the world, signaling that this is really a push to update what we need, as it were, a clean energy in concert with Mother Earth.
But we don't stop there. We've researched actually electromagnetic resonance technology for extraterrestrials. We've looked at zero-point technology and even the popular pulse technology that some military has used. We think that that actually maybe came from some extraterrestrial technology. Yes, we have back-engineered in areas like Area 51 certain technologies of the alien craft. This is what Bob Lazar was talking about. This is probably not, sadly, not going to come out in disclosure because there's just too much of this. We talked to a man named Bill Uhouse, who also worked at Area 51.
With the ETs themselves.
He said, yes, he was right there talking to alien intelligences who not only, we don't have these craft there just from crashes. They actually gave us an extraterrestrial spacecraft, according to Bill Uhouse, that has been back engineered. He's actually talked to aliens face-to-face, talking not only with telepathic information, because they wanted to give us the technology that was needed.
So because of the hypersensitivity regarding exotic technology like MHD, magnetohydrodynamics, the disclosure that is coming is not going to go into the more sophisticated areas. What we're saying is it will be centered around the 2004 event, which ironically was mentioned in the Keys of Enoch, which we published in 1973, that said in the year 2004, there would be a recognition of intelligence coming from the oceans that would mark a water line of worldwide global understanding of the ET presence. This has come to pass. Along with this, some of you have seen since 2004 to 2019 these strange pyramidal objects in the sky. We believe this is consistent with what the Keys of Enoch show us in the first picture of the keys themselves, a cosmogram showing a pyramid over Mother Earth, a floating pyramid design, which is a geometric signal for the coming of other geometries that are connecting us with other opportunities to put a big scientific picture together, such as the pyramids on Mars.
Now, I know many have complained and said, oh, these are just military technologies. Well, we don't think so, because in 2009, they appeared over the Kremlin. In 2018, they appeared over the Pentagon, and Jaime Maussan has investigated 4 different people who actually saw this. So it's not just a phenomena on camera. And you have, of course, Jeremy Corbell in 2019. So there's more and more of this. They are coming to talk to us, even if the governments don't want to listen. And I think that's the next phase. But these pyramids are interesting. I just want to say a few closing words here, and that is that there's pyramid temples around the world. Wouldn't it be interesting if the ancients had seen that technology and mimicked it? You have it in, of course, Egypt. You have it in the Mayans. But what is unique about them is they point to Orion.
Threshold to the super universe.
Right, from the King's Chamber in the Great
And most
Pyramid.
of the sacred areas throughout the world are aligned with the belt of Orion.
And also, we'll say Sirius is one of the star pointers from the Queen's Chamber in the Egyptian Great Pyramid. And the Mayans had similar things also with the Pleiades.
Connected with inner consciousness development.
And what's very interesting is the Lakota people, who started, of course, the whole thing with the Keystone Pipeline, actually have acknowledged the fact that they have something called Te Yam Ni, which is a huge constellation cluster they acknowledge with the Pleiades as the head, the 3 stars in the belt of Orion as the spinal column or part of the body, and Sirius as the tail. You can't tell me that the Mayans, the Lakota, and many other places like the Egyptians all acknowledge these star constellations because they mean nothing. They're interesting in the sky. No, we have been in contact with these levels of intelligence.
And the indigenous heritage is thus the middle ground of a map, pulling science and traditional religion into a higher synthesis. We are at a time of an information synthesis, and we ask that everyone who's watching us understand the prayers, the sacred words and mantras that have come down throughout history, particularly in the Western traditions where we reach to the divine source for divine intervention. This is very important that we go beyond the ETs to the extracelestials to the ultra-terrestrials and recognize in the tree of life that we must look at a holistic picture, a divine cosmic family that is reaching out to us. Therefore, the Keys of Enoch celebrates the ancient points of contact, the knowledge of the pyramids, the declassified pictures of pyramids on Mars, the reality that these structures are appearing in the sky as a geometric blueprint of our evolutionary unfoldment. Ultimately, it is the highest source of all sources to be one with the divine mind.
And it's really up to us to wake up and not wait for the governments. We hope they'll come out with more and more information, at least back to 2004, but it's really all about...
In our work with the Shavanti, it's interesting, Yod-He-Vod-He, which was the divine name in the ancient Hebrew Aramaic, is a name that they resonated with in their contact experiences. And so we ask all of you to think of the divine names, the divine language, as a synthesis between science, consciousness, and the future.
We thank you.
Thank you so much. Really remarkable. Just, you know, a lot of people have talked about how the Keys of Enoch way back when changed their lives. And really, that book is one of the 4 or 5 great foundational books for our Global Peace Tribe. I think probably most of us have read it. And I certainly want to encourage anybody that has not read it. It is one of the most important books in anybody's library. So go to keysofenoch.org, Keys of Enoch, spelled ENOCH.org, to learn not just about the book, but about all the remarkable work that JJ and Deisree are doing. And I really want to thank you for how you do tie together your understanding of the big picture with what we need to do right now today on the ground. And thank you for your support of Winona and what's happening. Thank you for also sharing with us about Michigan, Deisree. That's, you know, I wanted to touch it. So it's like, okay, great. Thank you, Deisree, for doing that. A lot of people have questions. So I'm hoping that maybe you'll go take a look at the chat box, because there's some questions to answer there. We're also going to have a Q&A period in about, probably about an hour and a half when the main part of the show ends. I don't know if you can stick around or not, but if you can, we would love to ask you some of those questions about green hydrogen and energy and all of that. So great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you know, what's so important about their work is the Keys of Enoch opened a multi-dimensional window that we are now starting to realize as the ETs come into our preview, into our world. This is existing on many levels. So it sort of started with the Hurtaks here.
Yeah, in the beginning, there were the Hurtaks, and it was good. Thanks, Alan. And we're going to see more of Alan. But now it is time for some magic. You know, this is an inspirational variety show. And so with all these incredibly important presenters, we also love to have magic. And one of our favorite magicians, of course, is the great Paul Draper. And Paul's been on the show many, many times. And he's great because I said, hey, Paul, we need you. We need something really fun and cool. And he comes up with it. But in case you don't know, I do want to tell you a little bit about Paul first. He's a comedy presenter, a mind reader, and a speaker, as well as a musician, who's appeared on the History Channel, A&E, HBO, Hallmark. It goes on and on and on. He's appeared with David Copperfield, Lance Burden, Teller of Penn and Teller, and so it goes. He is one of the top magicians. In fact, the International Magician Society awarded him the Merlin Award for World's Best Corporate Performer. So hint, hint, if you're looking for someone to come in and give a performance for your corporation, Paul's your guy. Paul, what you got for us tonight?
Yeah. Also, just a few days ago, the Society of American Magicians gave awards to me and David Copperfield and Jeff McBride. So we just received some presidential citations from the club that Houdini was the president of. Yay! They even gave us special magic wands. And I always think it's fun with a group like this to share something with that sort of background on the special magic wand that they only gave, the president of the Society of American Magicians gave. They put 5 dashes, 3 dashes, and 1 dash, all prime numbers, because we are one unified people on Earth. The terms for the Society of American Magicians are magic, unity, and might, of which each of those words has 5 letters. Together they make 9. With the magician, it's 10, and that's my new magic wand. Copperfield and McBride got matching ones. So, time to share a little magic. I always like sharing fun things. Share a little magic. Okay. So here we go, a little magic with a little symbolism here. So we have 4 colors to represent earth, wind, right? Fire, water, and all of these things are connected because we know that the water in the streams, it gets aerated, that allows fish and life to flourish. We all come from that, and it takes the air to allow the fire to burn. And sometimes the fire burns parts of the earth, but that can sometimes be healthy for the earth, for it to regrow and be reborn. But the water can put out the fire and the air, and it's all connected. All pieces of the earth and us, we are all connected. And when they run these pipelines through the earth, like this centerpiece right here, suddenly that sometimes can make things be broken. And when the pipeline is broken, then sometimes that destroys parts of the earth. And when the earth gets destroyed, eventually the earth will win. Eventually the earth will destroy all things and come back. But we don't want that to happen. Instead, we want to work together and be in harmony by making sure that the earth still works and the pipelines don't break. And certainly we don't want those pipelines going through our most beautiful cultural heritage lands and the places where people pray and worship and live and drink and eat. We need to find new ways. I've loved hearing people talk about that throughout this, and that we continue to fight. So I would like to share some magic with you. I need someone to help me. You said maybe one of the panelists would come on and help me. Who wants to help?
Where's Jan? Where's the lovely Jan?
Gonna help?
There's Jan. Okay, here she comes.
Can we go spotlight Janice? Janice, I have some Avenger playing cards. They're as close as I can get today to UFO playing cards. They go up into space and fight. It's fiction, the Avengers. But have you seen any of the Avengers movies?
Yeah, well, I probably, yeah.
I mean, the Spider-Mans and the
Yes.
Iron Mans and all these different characters. So I picked these up. They're Avenger playing cards. That's a Scarlet Witch right there. So what I'll do, I'm going to take and shuffle them up, and I'll go through the cards. I'm going to go through, and I want you to say stop whenever you want. I'm going to pull off some cards. And anytime you want, I have a prediction right here. Anytime you want, say stop, and I will give you the very next card that I have not seen. Tell me when to stop.
Stop.
The very next card. Right now, the very next card.
Yes.
You look at it, remember it. Remember the color, the number, the suit, the character if you can. Okay. Prediction right here. I'll set it right back down. Right there. The prediction right here. My prediction of the cards you would pick is Ant-Man. Did you get?
I guess that's who it was.
Was it Ant-Man? Put it in the chat. Was it Ant-Man?
It was the guy with the hair.
Let's see. The guy with the was it the Jack of Spades? Was that your card?
It was.
Right.
It
and right
was.
That was him. Arrow. Do you see him right on the tip of the arrow?
Oh yeah.
That's Ant-Man on the tip of the arrow. Oh, give her a round of applause. The fun thing is, thank you.
You got me.
We all have to be at the tip of the arrow right now. We all have to be that point that's making the world better, that's going and fighting the good fight to make it better. Thank you, Janice, for helping me out with that. I have another piece of magic, a piece of magic based in a little bit of the history, because we're all interested in science and history, the history of rockets, the illustrated history of rockets, illustrated history of rockets. Ready? I want you to remember, I mean, I went to space camp when I was little, so I loved this stuff. So we had the bumper rocket, you remember that? And then there's the Mercury rocket, the Soyuz rocket, the Saturn V, the Houston rockets, they count. The rocket booster, that's the shuttle system. The Long March rocket, Johnny rockets, delicious, unless we heed the warning of the aliens and no longer eat meat. Right here we have the Falcon Heavy, you get the Rockettes, all of them. But the interesting thing about this is in space, there isn't an up, there isn't a down, there isn't a right or a left. It's always strange to me in Star Trek where the spaceships meet perfectly together, face to face, as if there's gravity in space. Because we can turn this upside down, and just like that, the rockets are still going all in the right direction. Every single, even the basketball players in the right direction. But what's really strange, as opposed to the the band that can only go in one direction. Okay, so we have just like this. There's the back, there's the front. Even if we turn it on its side, in space, there is no up, there is no down. Every single rocket is going the absolute right direction. Oh, just silly, just for fun. Thanks for letting me share a little of that. Well, I'm excited for all of the lessons that we're learning today. I love the idea that we're all working together to make the world a better place, that we're listening for messages from everywhere that we are. There's that famous proverb that says a wise man is one who can see a full-grown tree inside of an itty-bitty little seed. An acorn doesn't despair because it's not a full-grown tree. It's an acorn, perfect in its possibilities. Within it is everything that it needs to succeed, as long as it has the right amount of sunlight and water and earth and a room to grow. And it's our job to make it possible that our earth continues to grow and that we are the caretakers of this place that we're on, this little blue marble in space, to keep it safe. And like that great quote we saw from Chief Sitting Bull, to build the world, not for ourselves, not to see what we can take, but to build a world that's better for our children. So it's been a great message, and I'm excited to share some more magic with you in just a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And just want to remind everybody that you can learn all about Paul and hire him for your party or your corporate event.
PaulDraper.com. That looks just like me about 3 years ago.
He's a little better looking, but close. Hey, I want to say one other thing about Paul. Every day he donates time to a worthy organization. It might be a nonprofit, it might be a senior citizen home, it might be an elementary school. So I just really want to thank you, Paul, for just that big, great heart of yours.
So every single day since March 20th of last year, I've donated one show a day to Title I schools, children's hospitals, shelters, homeless shelters, women's shelters, and fundraisers for charities. I've done it also for several members of this community who have reached out to me. So if you have an organization that you care about, I'm happy to offer free Zoom shows to make the world better. PaulDraper.com. See you in a little bit. Bye.
Isn't he just the best? Huh? God, I want to be Paul Draper in my next lifetime. I also we're going to hear from Clifford Mahudi in a moment. But before we do that, I want to play a really beautiful message from Jay Mayer, our executive producer and one of the co-sponsors of the show. And this is a very from the heart message that Jay recorded for us.
Hi, it's Jay Mayer, executive producer for Saturday Night Alive, broadcasting live from Hawaii. And what's happening with the Native Americans affects us all. It always has affected us all. Was an opportunity for America, for our ancestors, for the history of this country to have done right by the Native Americans. We could have honored all of our treaties with them, and we could have made friends and kept our word. And if we had, the cities would not have been devastated by drug addiction and crime and poverty. You know, these are things what happens not through right action, but through lack of integrity. And our word is important. It's very important. And America has done, unspeakable injustice to the Native Americans. And it's time that we change that pattern. And right now with Pipeline 3, it's an opportunity to realize that land is sacred to the Native Americans, and water is sacred, and they're protecting our water. And if there's many rivers and streams that these pipelines go under, and if the pipeline bursts, then water is contaminated by the oil, and this is the water that we drink. Water is life. That's what they say over and over and over again. Water is life, and it is. And you take away the water, and the land becomes a desert. And you take away all the water, and everything dies. So we need water, and we need the Native Americans to help us to get connected again to our inner nature, into who we are as our connection with the earth. And we can do this, and it's really important. And the time is right now. The world is watching America, and let's pray for the Native Americans that are holding, the front lines of this fight to stop Enbridge and stop Line 3, from contaminating the water and trampling over sacred lands. When we make a contract forever, with Native Americans, and we don't have the right just at will. I mean, we do things, but that doesn't mean that it's legal, to break our word and our oaths and our contracts. Thank you. Jay Mayer.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful ways that you support the world, support Saturday Night Alive. And again, Jay is one of our co-sponsors tonight, along with Mark Sims and Lori Grace. And we'll be hearing from Mark, and we'll be hearing from Lori later on in the show. I want to take this opportunity to introduce Clifford Mahudi. He is a very, very special man who we are very, very grateful to have on the show. He is part of the Zuni Pueblo tribe. And Clifford, I am going to turn it over to you. There we go. There he is. Welcome, Clifford. And thank you for being with us. And we would love to hear your experience, your wisdom about both aspects of tonight's show, our relationship to the star family and also our relationship to the earth and honoring and taking care of the earth.
Well, this is a very comprehensive approach to what has been going on for the last 500 years pertaining to the Native Americans of this continent and other places. I think that the last speaker said that we we have to listen to what our ancestors told the invading Europeans 500 years ago. And because this was in a pretty good balance of the earth and the people, and we have deviated from that type of living. One of the biggest things that is occurring about these pipelines, which is it's a very 100% government activity, and not only in the federal, but in the states. It's what they call the environmental assessment and the environmental impact statements that has to be issued to even start any project, especially at the size like Pipeline 3 and the ones before that. If we are going to proceed now with the next step in listening to our Native American people here, I am really interested in seeing an approach on the purpose, or at least an organizational structure of some part to where we all have a hand in trying to stop what is happening right now. Now, our star ancestors have always told us throughout the years, thousands of years ago, that if we do not follow the protocols given to us during our advancement and our upgrading and all the downloading that occurred between our star ancestors, these are the things that will happen. And we are now at the biggest of all things, especially when it comes down not only to people, but also to the earth itself, our Mother Earth. And you've heard so many prophecies, predictions, and the way that things will appear or will happen if we do not follow the basic rules given. And a lot of people are very familiar with the Hopi prophecies. I have worked with them, and right now we're still in that phase of not really connecting with our star ancestors, but that's changing quite a bit. Within the last 5 years, where they are really appearing now on a daily and nightly basis are the Indian reservations, and also on the sacred sites, like the lands that were set aside for the Grand Canyons. And of course, in the past, they've also had been encountered at military bases because of the warlike things that were centered at those places. But what needs to happen now is that we have to take a very meaningful look at the direction that we're going to take. And the American Indian community at large have been waiting for this for a long time. And rather than arguing and thinking about what happened in the past, we have to look at the future now, because it's everybody's future. It's not only the American Indian, but it's also everybody on the planet future of that, especially when it comes down to the water, which is the source of all living. And also we have to deviate from looking at the energy systems using the oil to fuel systems and look at other means. But then again, it's going to be very difficult because we do not know whose idea and who's doing this type of projects to begin with. It's very interesting that there's going to be supposedly a disclosure of all the UFO files, UFO activities within the last 75 years. And if they're going to release that information, I'm sure that there's some technology that has been held back by what was given to us by the extraterrestrials. And so I think that we have to get a hard look at these type of files that are hidden somewhere. It's going to take a big effort. I don't think it's going to happen overnight. I think it's going to take years. But then again, it has to be not through the government itself. It has to be an organization that is comprised of all those people that have a direct interest in it, which means that no corporate interest will be involved, because there will be no looking at how much money am I going to make out of this disclosure type thing. And also that we have been bombarded with a lot of false information. Those have to be gotten away from, and also the military side of it. It's very interesting that if we were going to have this disclosure, I think in the first one they were talking about was way back in 2004. And if they're going to do it now, I would like to see the governmental plan on it and see how are they going to approach this thing. What channels are they going to do? Who's going to be involved in receiving the information? I have seen a lot of this type of information, or at least the American Indians being given their artifacts. There are things that were taken, especially by the Smithsonian and others, and it never went back to the Indian tribes. It went back to the private collectors of this type of artifacts. Is this the same thing that's going to happen? And also, we have to be very serious about the type of people that are going to be on that organization that's going to be the disclosure of looking at the files. And that's very important, because in the past, if you look at any of the commissions set forth, whether it's the Kennedy assassination, whether it's the 9/11 group, we can no longer afford to have those type of people on those committees. We got to have the right people on those committees, and the biggest portion would be American Indian community, especially when it comes down to UFOs and extraterrestrials, because our ancestors have always been in contact with them. They're the ones that has given us the medicine practices, the technology for the balance of Earth, the consciousness, and the communication systems, and also the relationship of all different groups of mankind on the planet. These are the first things that has to be looked at, rather than going into another approach of saying, how much money do we make out of this disclosure effort? Because we're past that stage now. We have to go back there and incorporate different techniques to take into account how we're going to balance all these things about the Earth and the people that are going to remain here on the Earth. I think that some of the things that the military, especially as what Eisenhower called the industrial military complex, has really gotten out of hand, and we have to go back into the normal way of approach to looking at this information and how do we proceed in going that. It has to be, again, I want to emphasize that it has to be out of the political arena. It has to be put right in the proper hands of those people that are very interested in it. And an example of what has happened in the last year, we have always thought, or the American people were fooled about that. And this is not only the last time, but previous things like that has happened in the past. So if you go back again to the Roswell thing, 9/11, I mean the Area 51 information thing, it's going to take a long time to decipher that, and who's got the information and who's going to provide that. These are the simple questions. I am not a complicated man. I'm a very simple person. I said, I want to know where this information came from. I want to know who put it together, and why is it that they never told us before. Same thing with our space brothers, saying that how come you never showed these things to the general public when it was supposed to be free, or at least out in the open. We have always worked, the American Indian people has always worked with our star ancestors and our star brothers for thousands of years, and within the last at least in the last 100 years, they've been clamped down on a secrecy type type way. And people think that I'm joking when they say we no longer get the rain when we used to dance and pray. And this is as simple as saying that, well, we're shut off because of the technology and the different techniques. If I studied enough science to know the basics of why these things are happening, especially when we use the technology to prevent things from working in a balance, not only on the earth, but also in our atmospheres and also within our systems in our galactic system. So these are the things that we have to look at. The American Indians are very, very interested in approaching this effort. But again, is this just another false flag operation of information distribution? That's why I'm saying from the beginning is that I don't know whether to believe this or not. And so it's very difficult now because of the history, and you cannot trust the government anymore. I'm just saying this because I'm basically saying this on behalf of all my Indian brothers and sisters throughout the land, because we have been duped for over 500 years. And so if we're going to take this approach, we have to do it the right way. So that's what I want people to know.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahudi. You really are a treasure in our community. While you were speaking, several of the people you've worked with over the years have put in the different websites, different places, the different films you've been a part of. You've been such an important voice for a very long time, and we're really grateful for that. And thank you for saying it like it is. And it is sad that we can't trust our government, but we have to come together and create our own citizen diplomacy movement, which is very much what I know Mark Sims and all of our sponsors are all about, that it's up to us not to look to the government, but to do it on our own. So thank you so much, Mr. Mahudi, for being with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank
you. Yeah, when he speaks so matter-of-factly about all the ways that we have treated, America has treated his people, and that we haven't been able to trust the government, and it just continues. So that's why it's up to all of us. And it's powerful, very, very powerful. All right, we are going to now go into our Global Peace Tribe announcements, and we do have some really important ones for you, so please stick around and let's take a look. I always like to start with this little video that Shay put together for us.
We are one. We are one. We are one. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. We are one. One love. We are one. One love. We are one love, yeah, yeah, one love, one love, one love, one love, one love, one love, one love.
That's the perfect song for kind of following up what Clifford had to say. We really are one people coming together. And that's very much what the Global Peace Tribe is all about. You've all probably heard me say it before, but I'll say it again. There is an old paradigm that's dying, and it is the old caterpillar that was consuming way more than was sustainable. And just as the caterpillar dies and it becomes this goo, and the caterpillar itself is going through, oh my God, what's happening to me? The butterfly cells, the imaginal cells find each other, they congregate, and then they feed off the dying caterpillar as they become the butterfly. And that's who we are. We, the Global Peace Tribe, whether it's Clifford, Alan, Jan, Paul, Debbie, all of the Hurtaks, and all of you listening to me right now, we're all imaginal cells. We all have a role to play. And some of us are more in the public light. Some of us are educators. Some of us are maybe just a wonderful mother or a wonderful father or a wonderful big sister or brother. We all have a role to play in changing the consciousness of our planet. And so we want to invite you, we want to welcome you into the Global Peace Tribe. So again, if you haven't registered, please do so. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com and register so that we can connect with you and know all about you and share with you, be a part of you. I also really want to take a moment to thank our broadcast partners. A lot of you right now are watching us on Facebook or on different YouTube channels. And so thank you. Unify has been such a wonderful partner for us. They carry every show that we do, and tens of thousands of people watch us on Unify. So thank you. We want to thank John and Summer Raymer of the Sign Network. Many of you are watching us on different Facebook groups and pages that connected to us through the Sign Network. And John and Summer are going to be on our show 2 weeks from tonight, on the June 19th show, where we're celebrating World Unity Week. Our good buddy, Alan Steinfeld, you've heard him speak. He's with us tonight. We're going to hear a lot more from Alan. And of course, he has their YouTube channel, New Realities, that always carries this show and our ancillary shows. Light Touch, our ongoing sponsor. Thank you, Jay and Jan. And thanking everybody else, all of our other broadcast partners, New Earth One, my company, Love Coach Academy, Earth Dance, Humanities Team, Portal to Ascension, Disclosure Fest, Global Days of Unity, Earthwalk, and Enlightened World Network. Thank you, all of these beautiful broadcast partners. And once again, we want to thank, we have 3 sponsors for tonight's show. They all kind of chipped in a little bit. We want to thank Lori Grace, and you're going to hear from Lori in just a few minutes. I want to thank Jay Mayer, and want to thank Mark Sims. And Mark is on his way to pick up Danny Sheehan, and you're going to hear a lot from Mark in the later part of the show. And so now for a few more announcements, I'm going to turn it over to my producing partner, my co-host, my friend.
I don't believe that crap.
You what? Thank you, Scott. And yes, and what a powerful show. Incredible. And thank you for all your donations. I see a lot of you posting in the chat room that you've just donated. So I'm sure that green love is really going in and fortifying and assisting what's going on now. So thank you so much. And as we shared, we are working on season 6, An Incredible Mix. This is going to be July through September, and we are going to continue to produce these kinds of powerful, amazing shows that are in sync with the times. We really listen to spirit, we listen to you, we listen to the times, and we just birth these amazing shows that are happening now. So thank you for your support. If you're interested in sponsoring any of these shows, I'll put some information in the chat room on how you can be a part of that and help promote what you want to promote and help produce these shows. Also, if you want to participate as a volunteer, we have whole teams of volunteers that are helping with social media and other things that we do. So I'm going to put a link in the chat room as well, so you can help us with your volunteer. And always, word of mouth is golden. So please spread the word about Saturday Night Alive to your friends and family. A good way to do it is to share our promo video that shares what the shows are about. I'm going to put those links in the chat room as well. And we have another feature too, that you can give away a gift subscription. We call it Pay It Forward. So you can actually gift it to your aunt, your friend, anyone you want, and turn them on to this incredible program. And of course, if they can't make it on Saturday night, we have the replay that goes out every Monday. And when you register, you have access to all the replays of our 64 shows. And they're all really powerful, just like this. And it's coming up to our supporters party. Every season, we have a supporters party that honors and thanks those people that have donated over $50,000, excuse me, over $50 to our cause. So if you've donated on GoFundMe or on the Zoom link, you'll be getting an invite to the supporters party. And we always have a celebrity presenter. And this time we have Neil Donald Walsh, who wrote Conversations with God. And what's really great about this is Neil is going to be with us in an intimate way. where you're going to be able to ask him questions and have a conversation with him. So it's more of an intimate party. And so please watch out for that. It is June 17th on a Thursday night from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. We will also have Valerie Romanoff, who's one of our additional favorite musicians, incredible rock and roller, and she'll be with us. So this is a way that we can connect with each other and have a conversation and have a party. So look out for that. And also next week, we have a really fun show. And you've probably been hearing about it. And here it comes. We are celebrating the 60s. We are celebrating the rise of the Aquarian age. We're also honoring Harmony Festival, which is the festival I produced for 33 years. It was the first transformational festival because it will be its 10-year reunion. So we have incredible people with us. And Scott, why don't you show the video?
Okie doke.
LightTouch.me presents June 12th, celebrating the 60s. The rise of the Aquarian age. Saturday Night Alive and the Global Peace Tribe welcomes you to our special June 12th event featuring so many luminaries. John Kay of Steppenwolf fame. Maria Muldaur with the great hit Midnight at the Oasis. And Jesse Colin Young of the Youngbloods. Johnny Podell, rock and roll's #1 talent agent. Featuring a tribute to Baba Ram Das and the Love Serve Remember Foundation with Raghu Marcus. And writer David Silver of the Complete Beatles. Featuring musician Larissa Stowe. The Two of Us, an acoustic tribute to Lennon and McCartney. Jay Mayer and Swing 60s. Lots of fun songs from the 60s. Plus a special tribute to Northern California's Harmony Festival. Join us for this special occasion on June 12th. Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. Peace out.
Again, this is going to be a really fun show. It's amazing how these ideas happen and then they grow into incredible shows that we have for you. So thank you for Jay Mayer and Jan Kaplan, who are the producers of this show and are collaborating with us for this incredible show next week. And on June 10th, we have 2 more shows in June. June 10th, it is the Solstice Portal. We are going to be celebrating global unity. We're going to be collaborating with World Unity Week. We have presenters such as Matt Kahn, spiritual teacher Christopher Malkin. We have Chief Dwayne Perry, Marty Casey. Unify is going to join us with Adil. For musicians, we have Gary Malkin and many others, Pato Batan and Antoinette. And again, we are supporting World Unity Week. That is just starting that night, which is a 7-day worldwide celebration to really bring people together in unity. About 300 organizations are participating and coming together with a 7-day program. And then we're going to finish out June 26th with the last day of Unity Week. And Scott, would you like to share about that show?
Sure. Briefly, it's going to be really honoring and celebrating spiritual wisdom from all over the world. And it's being co-sponsored by Jay Mayer and Jan and our good buddy Jerry Anderson, the wild abbot of the Mystic Monastery. And so we're going to be hearing from spiritual teachers from all over the world. And we're putting together a pretty powerful package of, as we always do, of wisdom from around the world. So we're excited about closing out season 5 with that show and leading right into season 6, an incredible mix. I also want to, we've learned that polling really helps. It's great to hear from all of you. And just as Deborah and I were at the forefront of going online when the pandemic hit, Likewise, we want to be at the forefront of now creating opportunities for us to get together in person. So we're going to do a retreat in July in the San Francisco Bay Area, up in Woodside. That's in the Redwoods. It's a beautiful home. I've done many retreats there at Skywood Temple. It's above Stanford University. And we want to get your feedback about it. So I've got a little poll here that we want to get your feedback on. And let me go find the right poll. Here we go. So I'm launching this poll and just want to get your feedback on it. So please answer. We're definitely going to do the retreat at Skywood Temple. And we're looking at either July 15th to the 19th or July 22nd to the 25th. So let us know if you definitely want to attend, if you hope to attend, or if you just can't attend at this time. It's going to be very reasonably priced. It's not fancy schmancy. It's going to be mostly camping style. You can camp in the Redwoods, you can sleep out on the deck, or there's a very large area downstairs with several rooms. And we're going to have the theme be relationships. So we're going to have some of our love coaches there. Johanna Beekman, one of our favorite musicians, will be there playing music, doing yoga. We're going to have a cuddle party led by Katrina Valancourt. And it's going to be a chance for all of us really to come together for 4 days. And we'll learn. We're going to hear from some of your favorite teachers, but we're also going to have a lot of fun together. So let us know where you really stand, which date is best, and it's helpful. So I'm seeing that already we've heard from about 100 of you. There's about 400 in the Zoom room with us. So I'm just going to give you another minute to come on in and give us your vote, because it really means a lot. It helps us. And while you're voting on the Bay Area retreat, we are planning a retreat in Maui at Lori Grace's amazing, beautiful Haleakua. It's on the jungle side of the island, and that'll be in September. And then in October, just in time for the changing of the colors, we're going to do a retreat in Asheville, North Carolina. That'll be October 8th through the 11th. So it's really helpful hearing from you, really appreciating what you're putting in. And we're just going to wait another 30 seconds for you to complete this. And thank you so much. All right. Last few moments to get in there with your input on it. Very, very important to us. Okay. Thank you. So also want to just ask everybody to please, 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 I'll share the results here so you guys can all see. So it looks like 3% definitely want to attend. That's 4 of you. 30 of you hope to attend. And of course, about 100 of you can't. Looks like July 15 to 19, 6%, same thing, July 22nd to 25. And either weekend for you both, so that's good to know, thank you. If John Martin is available, John would love to, we're waiting for Mark and Danny to get settled. So John, if you're available to play some music, I'm going to turn it over to you in a moment, and I see that you are, so that's great.
Okay.
Before we do that, I just want to remind everybody one more time to really support our nonprofit organization, Stop Line 3. And I'm going to play a video that one of our other sponsors for tonight's show, Lori Grace, recorded for us. And Lori is so passionate about the value of this work. I've known Lori for 35 years. She's always been an activist. She's always been someone who has really put her time, her energy, and her resources into making the world a better place. So please go to donorbox.org/line-3. Please continue to donate. And here's a beautiful message from Lori. Lori, thank you so much for the way that you are supporting the show and all the ways you show up. Please tell us why this is important to you.
Well, first, I want to say how happy I am here to be here, and also to be sponsoring this show which is going to be taking a step for helping reduce climate change, helping protect water, honoring Native American peoples, creating a greener planet and a greener earth. If we can succeed in stopping Line 3, a pipeline put down by which the Enbridge Corporation is very much hoping to put down, and we need all the effort we can to stop Line 3. So I want to invite you to donate to stopline3.org, or maybe some of you are even going to go over there to northern Minnesota and join with the Native peoples, with white peoples, with Black peoples, with people of all races in doing our best to stop this pipeline, which is just as bad or even worse than the Keystone Pipeline, and will take us plummeting into greater and greater climate chaos. So please, again, remember to go to stopline3.org.
Thank you so much, Lori. Bless you. Absolutely. God bless you, Lori. Thank you so much. And I want to thank John Martin. John jumped in at the last minute. One of our musicians was going to fly in from South America. Yesterday, his flight got delayed, and John has generously agreed to come in, play some music, and then he's also going to show us some amazing video footage in our after show. But right now, I'm going to turn it over to John. And John, if you don't mind, I'm going to go back and forth between your beautiful music and the reminder for people to donate. So as you listen to John's music, this is a wonderful opportunity to donate. The link is in the chat box. Deborah has also put the link in our Facebook page. Please continue to donate. And wait till you hear this beautiful classical music from John Martin. Take it away, John.
Thank you, Scott. It's such a pleasure to be a part of this important program, and I'm in such full support of our Native American community. It is just a wonderful thing to be here, and I thank you for that. I use music to communicate with the universe, and I found that the music that touches me very deeply also connects with the universe. I've had beautiful ships that have come in, and this was a piece I wrote for my son when he was born. I call it a Jasmine Rain.
is so beautiful, John. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
John is probably got some of the most beautiful UFO footage I've ever seen. And one of the things I love about John is you hear as he's filming these beautiful lights in the sky, the way he talks to them. And so, John, I'm going to play this video that you put together for us. Anything you want to say in introducing that?
Scott, I get impressions from our star family.
Oh, you pull your microphone up so we can hear you.
Oh, I'm probably not pointing at it. I get impressions from our star family, and they are very appreciative of our artistic abilities, how we can create art, how we create.
John, we need you to be louder. It's too soft.
How we create art is something that connects very deeply with the star family. And when you're playing music or you're creating art, or Scott, when you're doing your work where you're doing very technical work, but as well, you're also delving deep into human emotion, and you're sharing so much wonderful energies throughout the universe. This is recognized by the universe. And so this is what I do, is I use my music to project, and they resonate with that, and they come to me, and it's been a beautiful experience. And thank you for having me on today. It's been such a great honor.
Oh, thank you. It's beautiful to have you with us. John is going to stay with us into the after show, and here is a beautiful video compilation we put together. It's about 8 minutes long of some of his UFO sightings just outside your backyard, right, John?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Thanks so much, you wonderful, sweet, beautiful friends. Thank you. How lovely. How wonderful. Thank you. Thanks so much. Beautiful. Hey, friends. Hey, it's good to see you, sweet friends. You're really going there. Hey, thank you, sweet friends. It's beautiful. Thank you, dear ones. Whoa, hey. Hey, beautiful friends. Thank you for that. Thank you, dear friends. Lovely. That's amazing. That's wonderful. Thank you, friends. Wonderful. Thank you, my friends. That's just great. Thank you, lovely friends. That again. Hey, there you are. Hey, beautiful ones. Hey, my sweet friends. That was lovely. Thank you, dear ones. Hey. Thank you, my friends. Thank you. Oh, I love that. Thank you for coming to see me tonight. Oh, there's two more right there. How beautiful is that? Thank you, my friends. Gorgeous. Incredible, friends. Thank you, beautiful ones. Hi. This is truly amazing. Hey, my sweet friends. Thank you. Thank you, beautiful ones. Hey. Thank you for coming to see me tonight. It's beautiful. Hey, beautiful ones. Hey, my gorgeous friends. Thank you for coming to see me. Hey, beautiful ones. I was asking what your name was. Thank you, sweet friends. Love you. Thank you, friends. Wow. Hey, beautiful ones. Hey, my sweet friends. Thank you. How beautiful. Thank you, sweet friends. What a beautiful thing. Thank you, my lovely ones. Thank you, friends. Oh, how lovely. Thank you, beautiful ones. Thank you for coming to see me tonight. Hey, sweet friends. Whoa, I love that. Oh, you did it again. How beautiful. Thank you, my friends. Thank you for that. Hey there. Thank you, beautiful ones. How gorgeous. Hey, gorgeous ones. Wow. Hey, beautiful ones. Hey, my sweet, beautiful friends. Hey, loveliest. Oh, that was a great one. Thank you. Thank you, beautiful ones. Thank you for saying hey to me. So much love to you, dear ones. Thank you. Yes, we play music together all the time, don't we, dear ones? Of course we do. Absolutely. Thank you, beautiful friends. Thank you for that. There's two of them. You see it, Cam? Wow. Two beautiful energies that passed for us. Thank you, sweet, gorgeous friends. Thank you, lovely ones. You did that for us. Thank you. Thank you, sweet friends. Thank you, beautiful ones. Thank you, my gorgeous, but look how beautiful and bright you are. Hey. Hey, my friends. Hey, loveliest ones. Thank you. Thank you, my dear ones. Friends, I just saw that beautiful flash. Hey, there we go. Thank you. And look how fast you're moving. Wow, I just love it. Just randomly. It's never random, listen to friends. Wow. I mean, that's the greatest thing you've ever seen. Wow, friends. Spectacular. Thank you, my beautiful ones. Thank you, gorgeous ones. How lovely. Let's have a beautiful showing. Just like this. Thank you, my gorgeous friend. Thank you, lovely ones. Thank you, beautiful ones. Thank you, my sweet friends. So good to see you tonight. Thank you. Oh, how lovely. Thank you, dear friends. Y'all are so wonderful. Thank you, beautiful friends. Thank you for coming to see me tonight. Thank you, beautiful ones. Thank you. How incredible. Thank you. Perfectly done. Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Was that all last night? You were there at all, which was a beautiful showing that this is not happenstance. This is deliberate. Thank you, sweet friends. Fantastic. Thank you.
Wow.
Good
John,
representation.
that's so beautiful. So beautiful. Oh,
Thank you, Scott. That peace to all. I was in meditation, and I was getting that name over and over and over in my mind. Peace to all, peace to all. And that came from our star family, and that song was inspired by that meditation. So thank you for sharing that. And I probably have 150 videos on YouTube. I go out every night, and I've had hundreds and hundreds of these beautiful experiences, and it's available to all of us. We just have to be open to it and share as if you're speaking with a friend, because that's literally what they are. They're our friends and our family. When I go outside, I speak to them. The hawks interact because they soar and through the sky at the same time. So when I see large craft, the hawks come in, and it's just a beautiful experience for all of us. And I think it can really elevate humanity. And thank you for having me on today. It's been a great honor.
jumping in and just, you're teaching us, you're showing us such a beautiful modeling of talking to them, seeing them as our family, seeing them as our friends. You're so welcoming. I mean, I really literally got tears in my eyes just listening to your beautiful voice, your beautiful music as you commune with our star family. It's a wonderful modeling for us. And I want to let people know where you can get a little bit more of John. I put into the chat box just now his TikTok page where he's got so many videos. So go to tiktok.com / at John Martin 1779. And I'm also going to show his, we can get, wasn't that music incredible? Just such beautiful music that you play, John. And so again, I want to show people, he's got a few different pages, but the one that he gave us that I've got here is if we go to, and I wasn't familiar with this before you, Reverb Nation, reverbnation.com, and then / John Martin Classic Guitarist, reverbnation.com / John Martin Classical Guitarist.
Thank you, Scott. And if you look at the cloud picture on my site, I had two very large craft that came in and they said, please don't take our picture. We'll give you something you can take a picture of, in my mind very clearly. And that beautiful heart-shaped cloud appeared a few days later in that exact same spot. And they've done many beautiful cloud shapes, and it's just been a wonderful experience. And it's the honor for me tonight to be a part of this important work. I can't emphasize that enough. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. And we're going to see a little more of John in the after show. And he just jumped in today to cover for us. So thank you so much. I do see it looks like Mark and Danny are pretty well settled. So I'm going to go to you guys in just a minute. But we do have time for one more Paul Draper magic. Hey, Paul.
Hey, we have time for a moment of magic. Okay, so as many of you know, the last place that I performed live pre-pandemic, I was performing at Disneyland. And when they shut the gates at Disneyland, they had me stand in front of the gates and perform for thousands of people for a few days. So I was literally the magic of Disney. I'm waiting for California to allow big gatherings to start again so I can go back there. But until then, I'm still doing these. So now we're going to have a little celebration at a Mad Hatter's tea party with a little bit of magic here. So imagine you're sitting at the table. Is it all right? Can I get anybody a cupcake? Would you like something sweet to eat? If you don't like vanilla cupcakes, don't worry. We can always get you a nice slice of chocolate cake right there. We have our Mad Hatter's hat. Now there's our Mad Hatter's hat. It's right. It's a 10-piece 6-pence right there for the hat. And this is a little tea box. They carry tea in here, like a little tea box to have your tea, your special teas. But instead, I have an item to represent Lewis Carroll, who is a mathematician, and he liked to write about probability, and he liked to use dice. So right there I have a giant die. When you have just one, it's a die. But this die, strangely enough, he doesn't like living in my little box. He likes to hide away underneath that Mad Hatter's hat. So I want you to remember that picture for later of him hiding away underneath the Mad Hatter's hat. Right now, follow closely where you think the die is going. It goes inside of the box right there. By raise of hands, how many of you think it's on this side? By raise of hands, how many of you think it's on this side? Let's take a look, just like that. It's not over here, right? And it's not over here. Play along. Just like this. It's not over here. And it's not over there. It's so strange. When we don't look in the right places, we don't see the things we're looking for. But some people who are looking all the time in the right places sometimes can find what they're looking for because they open up the doors of possibility to those new ideas. Now, but we never know when instead of seeing what we're looking for, we're going to look out there and find nothing. But don't worry. We will see those beautiful heart-shaped clouds like he just showed us. And where do you think the die went? Any ideas? Any ideas? Right down here underneath the hat. It just loves living right there. And that's a classic piece of magic from Lewis Carroll's own show. I bet you didn't know that Lewis Carroll was a magician. It's amazing what we can find when we look for it. But one of the problems that we've learned with unidentified flying objects and such is that they're hard to spot. Sometimes we see them with our eyes, but we don't see them on the sensors. Sometimes we see them on the sensors, but we don't see them with our eyes. We have to have the right tools. Sometimes we're looking for the wrong things. Maybe instead of big, they're small. Let's see if I can catch something invisible, like a matador here, floating right in front of us. Sometimes we can find just what we're looking for right in front of us, right there where no one else can see it, and suddenly it can appear. Suddenly what we want can fly. Don't worry, little friend. I won't let them know that you were here. It's always so fun to come on and learn from all of you. It's amazing the people that you're able to bring together every single week under new, incredible topics that you have to share. And it's been such a great joy of mine to learn with all of you every time. But I must admit, though I have yet to see an alien personally, I believe mathematically they must exist. The universe is just too big for them not to be here. Now, there's so many theories. I love the theories that we're hearing today, that they're our friends and our family. I really hope that's true and we're not a zoo. I had 2 encounters personally, near alien experiences. The first was I drove out to Area 51. And I came up right there to Groom Lake, to the edge. I don't know if any of you have been there in Nevada. There used to be a sign, and on the bottom of the sign it says lethal force authorized. And as I sat there at the edge, a Jeep rolled up to the edge with 2 guys in there, and they stared at me. And I waited for about 2 hours, and then a second Jeep came up, and the first Jeep left. And then 2 hours later, another Jeep rolled up, and another one left, like they were sitting there saying, "Come on, cross." So the sign has been taken down, the authorized lethal force, but I still would not advise crossing that. The second, I had the great joy and pleasure to perform for the birthday party of Rael, the head of the Raelians. I performed at his birthday party for a show for his birthday at a home that was owned by the Kennedys. And some of the celebrity guests were Mike Tyson and Jessica Simpson's drummer, and Joe Jackson, Michael Jackson's dad. And so it's been amazing through my life to meet amazing people who have had a touch with some of these pieces. And each day from the window when I was working at the Mandalay Bay doing magic there in Vegas, you would see from the special business airport where the little airplanes with a single red stripe would take off each day and fly to Area 51. I'm fascinated to know what's out there. I hope one day we all get to know. Maybe we'll learn something in this upcoming report. I'm looking forward to reading it. So thank you for letting me share a little magic with all of you and my stories. I've loved hearing yours. Looking forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you, Paul. Thanks a lot. And again, remember, everybody, you can go to pauldraper.com and learn all about him. And thank you, Paul, for coming in and again, jumping in at the last minute, covering for us. And Paul and John did a beautiful job of covering while we waited for the star of our show, Mark Sims, to pick up Danny Sheehan. And so I'm going to add you guys here. Hey, you made it.
Hi. How you guys? We made it.
We made it. Yeah, we're in Las Vegas at the Las Vegas International Airport. And I literally just picked up Danny from his flight a few minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago. So we immediately drove to the cell parking lot where you can use your cell phones. And we're parked here, getting ready to head down to Laughlin and start the week-long conference. And so, thank you for everyone who's shown up tonight. I certainly want to thank all the panelists and special guests who had so much wisdom to share. But I want to turn it over to Danny, who really better, as well as anyone, can bridge these two issues of extraterrestrial contact and environmentalism, which is really at the key or at the heart of this pipeline issue.
Well, this is an amazing vortex that we're in right now. We have at one and the same time the major confrontations going on with the indigenous people of North America confronting the Enbridge Line 3, and we've already gotten the Keystone XL tar sands pipeline shut down. We're now mobilizing to refile an additional lawsuit against the Dakota Access Pipeline, coming in under the Administrative Procedures Act. The court in Washington, D.C. has punted and has said that basically the ball is in the corner now, or in the court of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and they have to follow the Administrative Procedures Act, which they're not doing. They have to either evict the pipeline because their permit has been revoked by the federal courts because they violated the Environmental Protection Act by not undertaking a full environmental impact study before starting to build the pipeline underneath the Lake Oahe, the sole source of fresh drinking water for the Lakota tribes. And so they've revoked the permit, the federal courts. But what they're saying now is that it's up to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to decide whether they're going to forcibly evict the pipeline off federal property, or they're going to undertake a process for trying to develop a permit for them. But in doing so, they have to abide by the standards of the Environmental Protection Act, which they have not done. So because they can't win that, they can't get a permit granted, and they don't want to evict them, they've just been marching in place and they aren't doing anything. So there's a preparation being made now to file a major additional federal lawsuit against them under the Administrative Procedures Act, compelling the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to go one way or the other. And either way, they're going to shut down the pipeline. And we're also demanding that the full environmental impact study standards be applied for the fuller environmental impact statement that they have to prepare, which means they're going to flunk. So it's a long and protracted battle to get the Dakota Access Pipeline shut down. But in the meantime, the Native people are mobilizing to stop the Enbridge Line 3, which is going through Native territory as well. So all of that is going on at the same time that I'm on my way right now, coming through Las Vegas to stop here at the big conference, the Bob Brown's conference here, to brief everybody on what the state of procedures are with the Inspector General's investigation inside the Defense Department and the complaint filed by Lou Elizondo, whom, as you know, I represent legally. And I'm going to be flying from Vegas into Washington, D.C., where Lou Elizondo and I are scheduled to meet on Wednesday with the Inspector General to have another full major 2 to 3 hour discussion with them about the scope of their investigation and what the progress is that's being made on the investigation. So And our Romero Institute's Lakota People's Law Project is in the process now of mobilizing and getting people organized to help participate in the big upcoming demonstration against Enbridge, Line 3. And Winona LaDuke, was Winona on here earlier? That I understand she was here while we were flying through the sky to get out here. She was on. So the Honor the Earth group is one of the major leading groups. The Lakota People's Law Project is involved in this. The indigenous tribes are all rallying on this. So this is the people are rising. The people are rising up now, not only to demand the shutting off of the pipelines, but it's in order to respond in part to the demand that's being made, the request that's being made, the pleas that are being made by the extraterrestrial beings whom people are encountering all around the world, asking us, pleading with us to stop polluting the planet. You've got to stop. You're destroying the entire climate system. So that we're all in partnership now with them to get this stopped, along with the nuclear weapons and the fission nuclear power plants that are generating electricity, but generating deadly poison plutonium waste that lasts for 250,000 years, which is an additional massive pollutant to the planet. And with the rising sea levels caused by the increased global climate change, higher temperatures due to the emissions of carbon into the atmosphere from burning the fossil fuels, you're getting sea rise, which are going to be flooding the over 100 private nuclear power plants that are all within 1 mile of the seacoasts around the world, out of the 403 nuclear power plants that are already in operation. So we've got to close these nuclear power plants down. We've got to remove the radioactive materials from them. And we've got to turn our attention to doing everything necessary to stop global climate change, and also to rid the world of nuclear weapons and disassemble these nuclear power plants before they get flooded out. So all of this is going on at the same time. We're flying all around trying to cover all the bases here. So I'm flying in here. We're going to be doing the major presentation at Bob Brown's major UFO and ET conference here in Laughlin, Nevada, at the Aquarius Hotel, and then I fly directly from there to Washington. So and our people are mobilizing up to work on the Line 3 pipeline. So there's lots of activity going on now. It's an extremely busy time, and so that we're here. We want to make sure we get to talk to all you folks who are interested in these subjects, and we're here to appear regularly on these Saturday Night Live presentations to keep you updated on everything that's going on. So I'm really appreciative. I can hook sliding here into the Las Vegas airport, and Mark is waiting in the zone where they're threatening him with a $2,000 fine for his RV. He's waiting for Sarah and me to pick us up. So there's big adventures going on everywhere, and we're all involved together as one big family.
Do you guys need to move your RV and come back on?
No,
we're okay now.
Yeah, we're okay now, but I definitely almost had to pay a $2,000 fine because my RV would not go to the normal places to pick up Danny, to pick up people who've arrived. And so I lucked him because he showed up in time.
His lawyer showed up to challenge their effort to give him a $2,000 ticket. So we're here. We're
as if you don't have enough to deal with, Danny.
That's
with
right.
the Pentagon, dealing with the Inspector General, pipelines, but you got to stop them from giving him a ticket.
That's all. Logistics, tactics, and strategy all have to be working together at the same time.
Hey, seriously, guys, thank you for being with us. And there are a couple of questions. What would you say is the most important step that all of us watching can take, both in terms of making contact and also in terms of supporting our activists on the ground?
Well, I'm going to be talking about both of these things here at the big conference. I think that people want to tune into our Lakota People's Law Project. You go to the RomeroInstitute.org, or you can go and you can get to the Lakota People's Law Project from there, or you can go to the LakotaLaw.org, and there's a whole action center there There's a whole action center there, and it has copies of letters that you can sign on to send letters to your congressional representatives, to put pressure on the Biden administration to do everything that they can do to get the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to stop the pipeline, the Dakota Access Pipeline. They're putting pressure on them to do everything they can do to stop the Line 3, the Enbridge Line 3. And so that you get onto those websites, the RomeroInstitute.org or LakotaLaw.org, and go on to the Action Center. It'll give you detailed things of what to do. With regard to the UFO issue, there's nothing more important right now than organizing your CE5 gatherings. Now, I'm going to be having a major talk. I'm going to do the keynote tomorrow for the opening of the big conference here at 1 o'clock. And I'm going to do an initial presentation then. And then there's another major presentation on Tuesday that I'm going to be doing when more and more people show up to talk about the establishment of this virtual institute, a new paradigm institute that is going to be set up virtually using some of the same technology that's involved in the observation deck, and to establish an institute where we can conduct major investigations and discussions about the UFO issue and who it is that's behind the UFO phenomenon, how we establish contact communications with them best, how we develop diplomatic relations with them, so that we can initiate a citizens diplomacy initiative. That's one of the most important things that we can do right now, because we can't keep on depending upon the government agencies to disclose all of the information that they know about this subject. It's perfectly clear that they're trying to release as little as possible, and we're leaning on them to do more and more, but we cannot waste all of our time on that. We need to also have direct citizen-to-citizen diplomacy with the extraterrestrial beings, and we have to start to develop, as such an institute, the details of what a policy would be that we want to adopt toward these people. Because as far as the most of the people in the world know, there's no policy being developed at all. And if there is, it's being developed in secret, and it's being developed without any input from the people, and it's being done by the military. And working with the major corporations to try to figure out how to commercialize and weaponize outer space. That is totally unacceptable. We have to have a citizens diplomacy initiative so that we can establish peaceful and cooperative policies with these beings. And they need to know that the vast majority of our human family are in favor of peaceful and amiable relationship with them. Those are the things. So go to RomeroInstitute.org. Or go to the LakotaLaw.org and get on the Action Center to stop the oil pipelines and to work as hard as you can to roll back global climate change. We at the Romero Institute are drafting the California Green New Deal. We have a 350-page draft already of an omnibus bill to pass in California. We have the unique opportunity in California of having a 2/3 majority in both the Assembly and in the Senate that are in favor of stopping global climate change. We've got a governor that's in favor of stopping it, but what we need to do is get Governor Newsom to declare a state of climate emergency in the state of California so that he can invoke additional powers to coordinate the stopping of the emissions from major production plants in the state of California, and also to roll back the oil drilling and the fracking for natural gas. All of these things need to be done. So we need to get out and deal with this on a multi-front movement among all of our people. Those are the things that we can do. There's a lot to do. If you go on those action sites on Romero Institute or LakotaLaw.org, that you're going to find all kinds of different options that you can undertake. That's us right there. That's Sarah and I at the top with Danny Paul, and that's Sarah, my beautiful little Sarah, right there at the bottom. So just tune into our action site, and there'll be a panoply of specific actions that you can take. Some you can take right virtually from your couch or your kitchen table on your computers. Others you can get out and mobilize and actually go to the camps that are being set up to stop the Enbridge Line 3. There's all kinds of different actions you can take. And very importantly, we're going to be now mobilizing our whole project with the New Paradigm Institute, which is going to be facilitated through the Romero Institute to help set up this digital online action center So we'll have action that you can take, both dealing with global climate change in the pipelines, and also with the ET issue, the CE5 mobilization, and the citizens diplomacy. There's a whole bunch of stuff there. There's a lot of things that need to be done, and we're all the people that can do it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Danny, for all that you do and all that Mark's doing. Is Mark going to come on and chat?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll come on.
Okay, but go back to Danny then for a moment. I just want us all to really just give some appreciation to this man. 40 years plus, Danny, you've been fighting the hard fight, the really, really hard fight, and so grateful for all that you've done for so long, for so many. Thank you, Danny. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. It's my privilege. Literally, it is.
This man is a true American hero. He's a hero of the world. And it is such a pleasure and an honor to be friends with this man. And I just am inspired by him. I learned so much from him. And he's my vote for one of the leaders of this initiative. We need others, of course. This needs to be a global initiative. We need to find members of standing in academia, in science, in politics around the world that are progressive, that are open-minded, that know that this is a real phenomenon, and that they want to step up and do the right thing and be part of a citizens diplomacy initiative. Mm-hmm. So in July, I'm announcing now that I'm doing the harmonic convergence, which I started last year. That was the first year. I did it from July 5th to July 14th. We're doing it again, but this time we're doing it on the observation deck. So I've been working with Captain Ron and Lori Mority and her husband, Michael. And it looks like we're going to have a great event taking place. Danny's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Many others. I've already got 33 speakers lined up for that event. It's going to be really wonderful. And so I will be making a major announcement about that and how you can sign up and be a part of that event. Probably June 11th. I'm talking to Scott about doing a special event here with him to make an announcement. And then on June 22nd, Danny and I are doing a limited Zoom call where we will have a limited number of people and answer questions.
I have a quick question for Danny, Scott. You're Luis Elizondo's lawyer, and when ATIP and the Pentagon come out and say Luis Elizondo never worked for this organization, who is making that decision to tell those frontline people at the Pentagon to say that? Who's behind it?
That's one of the things that we're going to be asking the Inspector General about on Wednesday, because we know who some of the individual personalities are. What we're trying to find out is what the protocol is inside the Pentagon. Who is giving them the instructions to do that? These are official statements that are being issued by the Defense Department. And there are other portions of the Defense Department that are issuing official statements acknowledging the existence of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, and that Lou was the longtime director of that. So there's obviously a high degree of confusion going on inside the Defense Department right now. And what we're trying to do with the Inspector General's office is clear that up. Let's try to get some of the answers to these questions. Let's try to get the right protocol adopted so that they're going to be releasing this information. I'm going to be doing these major presentations here at Bob Brown's big UFO conference here in Laughlin, starting tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And I'm going to be talking in detail about some of the press interviews that Lou and I have been doing, having long discussions with the Associated Press, with CNN, with the New York Times, with others, starting to clarify for the national news media what really is going on here. There's a lot of things that are happening. For example, that you don't know about, that most of you, of course, know about. The big Friday New York Times article came out, Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern time, but it hit all the news stands basically on Friday morning. Lou and I had a big hour-plus long meeting with the Associated Press with 3 of their major reporters, and Lou made some extraordinary revelations in that discussion. And I'm in dialogue with him now. Obviously, the Inspector General is going to ask about this. There's people are starting to lob threats at him that he's now going to be investigated by the FBI for disclosing national security information. They're trying to throw him into the Snowden in the Julian Assange bag, but none of that is true. Lou has never revealed any major national security information, except that was necessary to tell his lawyer. And we're working very carefully to get all the information out to make sure that Lou isn't going to get in any trouble, that Chris Mellon's not going to get in any trouble, and any of the other people who want to come forward and share information are not going to get any trouble, because we're setting up the legal team that can defend them and stop the Defense Department from doing anything to them, because this information is not properly classified. This is information that belongs to the world. This is a watershed moment in the entire history of our human species, and that it cannot be commandeered by the military to try to transform this technology into some kind of weapon system. This is information that has to be shared with all of our people, and those are the nature of the discussions that we're going to be having with the Inspector General on Wednesday. This is the second of a long series of discussions that are going to go on with the Inspector General's office. And I'm privileged that Lou has asked me to represent him in these discussions.
A couple questions that are coming in. People are wanting to know if the harmonic convergence is going to be exclusively online, or if there will be some physical opportunities for connection.
No, it's going to be virtual. We're going to do it on the Observation Deck platform, which just went live about 40 days ago. That's where Richard Dolan had an event recently that Danny was on, participating on. And so, it's a new platform. It's really remarkable what they've done there. My hat's off to Captain Ron and Lori and Michael for what they've created. Has so much potential. It's already a viable, useful virtual space where people can interact as if you're there. It's a 3D virtual world where you are given an avatar that you can customize to look like yourself. And then using your keyboard and mouse, you can move around this virtual world, which is all on a small island. And there's an auditorium, there's a movie theater, there's classrooms, there's a exhibition center, there's an art gallery with some amazing art from artists from around the world that have done art, all related to the UFO and ET phenomenon. Really beautiful, amazing stuff. And so they're building this platform up as a center for people who are interested in this topic can come and gather and participate in events, but it is also a virtual space that's open 24/7. And so you can meet other like-minded people and go find a private area. There's a beautiful beach with a stage where we can do some of our videos that we're going to show. I've got some new videos I'm producing for the harmonic convergence that are going to be fantastic. We're going to play last year's videos. So it's really special. This is going to be a fantastic event.
All right. So a couple of important things for you guys to write down. Next Friday night, June 11th, on my weekly Straight Talk show, Mark's going to be my guest, and we're going to go into all the details, how to register, what's going to be happening for Harmonic Convergence 2021. We're also going to have an update from Winona LaDuke on how things have gone this weekend. We might also be hearing from Gary Crane, who's with us now, and a few other people that are actually in Minnesota for the protests. And then the other thing we want to remind everybody of is on June 22nd, this will be in, 17 days from now. And by that time, Danny will have gone to Washington, met with the Pentagon, met with the Inspector General. He's going to have a lot to share. And so on June 22nd, we wanted to create a time for people to actually interact with Danny and Mark. So it's not a Zoom webinar, it's a Zoom meeting. That means everybody's on camera. We're going to take questions, and you can actually have direct dialogue back and forth with Danny and Mark. It is limited seating. I believe when I spoke to Deborah, we had some seats left, but you're going to want to register, and that's on June 22nd from 6 to 8 p.m. And Deborah will put into the chat box the link. That's June 22nd. So join us on June 11th on Straight Talk. That's a free show. It's a free webinar. Learn all about harmonic convergence. And then on June 22nd. We're going to kind of wrap up the main part of the show, but we've got an amazing after show. More music with John Martin. We're going to hear from the Mystic Abbott, our wonderful wild Jerry Anderson. We're going to answer some questions. The Hurtaks have very generously agreed to stay, answer some of those questions you had about green hydrogen, and then we'll complete in the most wonderful way possible, Mark leading a CE6. If his RV
Scott, I just want to step in here. I'm not guaranteeing I can do the CE6. I didn't realize how far away Laughlin is, and I want to get Sarah and Danny to their room so they can check in and get a good night's rest. So that's my priority now. Sure. But if you guys are still hanging out, by the time I drop them off and it works out, I might lead a CE6 meditation.
Can we commit to a CE6 on Friday, June 11?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right. So if we don't get it in tonight, we'll be providing it next Friday night, June 11th.
Fantastic.
All right. Well, one more time, then I'm going to go to the Romero Institute. We were taking a look at it a little bit earlier, but this is where so many wonderful things that Danny is doing. So again, to learn more about Danny and to learn how you can participate in all that he's doing, go to the RomeroInstitute.org. There he is in the upper left-hand corner. I mean, he was dealing with the Karen Silkwood case 44 years ago. This guy's been around a long time, doing a lot of wonderful work. So go to that. And also you can go to the Lakota People's Law Project. You can actually switch over once you're on Romero Institute, like I just did. Click over and that'll take you over to the Lakota People's Law Project. And it really is all coming together. The way that our connection with our galactic family, our support for our First Nation friends, we're doing it on the ground and we're doing it in the sky, and it's the same message. It's time for us to really become caretakers for the earth. So thank you, Mark. Thank you, Danny. And stick around because we've got a lot more show left, including our Global Peace Tribe recommendations, which is always where we get to share with you some of the most important things that we believe in that are happening. So here we go with that.
There is so much going on for us now, and we are here to share with you what we think are the best virtual opportunities and things that are happening connected with our show. And we want to remind you again that tomorrow we are going to have Kristen Hoffman and Cornflower doing a very special performance and experience together. And that's going to be taking place at 1 p.m. You can still sign up. Cornflower spoke a little bit about it beforehand. They're going to have 4 different performances and creative experiences, because both of them tune into spirit to allow all this amazing creativity and art flow through them. So they're really going to teach you how to tap into that and be a creative source, which is so important now. So I'm going to post that information in the chat room and you can still sign up. Also,
you've got a video, Deborah.
Yeah, definitely show the video. with all this going on with UFOs, it's very synchronistic that they're one of the major UFO conferences that's been taking place for the last 10 years. Contact in the Desert is going virtual. Friday, June 25th to Monday, June 28th, you will see the top researchers, presenters, experiencers on UFOs. They have an all-star lineup. Eric von Daniken, George Norrie will be there, Paul Hellyer, Linda Moulton Howe, David Childress, a lot of people that you see on Ancient Aliens. It's really an all-star cast. So again, I'm going to be posting information on how you can tune in to a very incredible all-star lineup of UFO researchers. Contact in the Desert, June 25th to June 28th. And synchronistically, our co-host, Alan Steinfeld, has just published and released his book, Making Contact. So I want to turn it over to Alan now to share with you about his new book.
Thank you, Deborah. This has been an epic show because it pulls together so many of the pieces that are affecting the Earth. And the common theme between the environment and these UFOs is that we need to come together as one planet. So Making Contact, this book I wrote, is about making contact with ourselves, with the Earth, and what's coming down now, what the government is so hesitant to acknowledge. You know, the New York Times article on June 3rd said, these craft in the sky it doesn't look like alien technology. And a few paragraphs down, they say, well, we're not ruling out alien technology. So essentially, the government, the media, the politicians, they really don't know what this phenomenon is. They don't know how to describe it. They don't know how to conceptualize it because it is not something that is in linear thought. It's kind of comes from another space of understanding. It's much more to do with consciousness and evolution. This is what I think these beings are here to do, is help us evolve to be more of ourselves, to be more human, to have compassion for the Earth. So Making Contact is a series of essays by the best ufologists, the best writers in the field that I've compiled together to go from the phenomena, the exterior, to the interior. And this is a little quote by Deepak Chopra: we cannot separate the Earth from its greater cosmic environment. What is needed is a new story. And I put this together in the book. So the new story, is this my time to wrap it up? Because I will wrap up the show in a sense, is that it's what the ancients said, that we are coming into a new heaven and a new earth. So what does that mean? It doesn't mean we're going to actually be on a new earth. It means our relationship to the earth, caring for the environment, paying attention to indigenous needs and wisdom. We need to be part of the indigenous wisdom that have been the caretakers of this earth, that are protecting our water over the greed of oil companies that want to pollute it. I mean, that's insane. The other insanity is to deny that we're all alone in the universe, that life is an anomaly, that we live basically in a lifeless world, in a dead universe. So like we are some freak of nature. Well, that's also going to be changing. The new heaven is that we are part of this bigger cosmology, and the new earth is that the earth is alive, it's nourishing, it is this, we are walking around in these earth bodies. So as we come into the new story of humanity, it's coming into the new relationship with ourselves and the spirit that's driving these earth bodies to make contact with so much more. And the human potential starts to come online, that we are not of the earth. Our bodies are, but our consciousness is from the cosmos. So that's what this book is about. How do we make that transition from an old world that has separated us from the very thing that we are into the new world that ensures that we are of a vaster, more compassionate, more possible world that we will inherit and pass on. And this is our destiny. We are at an important threshold where Danny Sheehan, He's there right on the front lines. You can't get any more front lines than Danny Sheehan. He is making the case for both camps that we are one world and one humanity. So let's wake up to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And stick around, Alan. We're going to get a little more Alan Steinfeld. We're going to hear from the Hurtaks. One last announcement. Just wanted to remind everybody that every Sunday morning, I do a show that's connected to this show, and it's my Sacred Sunday show, where I have kind of my favorite people from Saturday Night Alive. And tomorrow is going to be a really good one. Reverend Michael Beckwith, who's the founder of the Agape International Spiritual Center. I've known Michael for 40 years, and he and I sat down and we spent an hour talking about spiritual solutions to addiction and recovery. And we touched on that, and we showed a little bit of what he had to say in our show a couple of weeks ago. But tomorrow I'm going to show the entire interview with Michael. And joining me live on tomorrow's show is TJ Woodward, who's the founder and the CEO of Conscious Recovery. So you're going to hear live from TJ, you're going to hear what Reverend Michael has to say as we talk about spiritual solutions to addiction and recovery. That's at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's a free online show. Please join us. And come on into the Zoom room, because it's really nice to see people. We're going to take people's questions and answers. And before complete kind of the official main part of the show and go into the after show, we're going to have music from John Martin, hear from the Wild Abbot, talk to the Hurtaks. I want to give Deborah a chance to say goodnight. Hey, Deborah, what a show, huh?
Yeah, every show blows us away. Me and Scott always connect afterwards and go, wow. So thank you to all the amazing presenters on the front lines for so many years. And now this is all coming down in such an amazing way, and we're still doing it. So thank you to all the presenters, amazing musicians. Thank you to our sponsors. I want to thank Lori Grace, an amazing woman who's always on the front lines of, protecting Mother Earth and our Native people. So thank you, Lori. We love you. Also, Jay Mayer, who has really supported Saturday Night Alive, and his love is supporting the Indigenous people and wisdom. He stepped forward for this. And of course, Mark Sims and everyone else. So much love to you all. Thank you, and stick around because we've got a lot more. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you for everything that you do to make it happen. Well, speaking of Jay Mayer, we're going to transition with a video from Jay all about light touch, and then some music from John, and then we're going to hear from the Mystic Abbot, and then questions and answers with Alan Steinfeld and the Hurtaks. So here we go, though, with a light touch video.
Thank you for all the divine appointments. Thank you for spiritual wellness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for blessing our blessings. Thank you for transforming my relationships. Thank you for the most divine relationships. Create and manifest all our miracles. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
There's certain themes that you keep hearing over and over on Saturday Night Alive. And I just want to acknowledge the theme of gratitude. We give a lot of appreciations on this show. I'm a big believer in appreciation. And I give thanks to Light Touch. I give thanks to all of you for watching. I give thanks to all of our presenters. And what a wonderful segue into John Martin, because I love how he gives thanks to the star family as he watches them in the sky. So to help us transition, John, I'm going to put the spotlight on you, and really looking forward to listening to some of your beautiful music.
Thank you, Scott. What a pleasure it's been to be with you tonight. And it really has been, it's moved me very much. Each of your speakers has so much knowledge and depth of experience. It's just been a great honor. So this is just a meditation for you.
Thank you so much, John. Will you stick around and play me one more song for us a little bit later on?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much. Just beautiful, just beautiful.
Thank you.
I get to introduce someone that I met through Saturday Night Live. It's that wild and wonderful mystic abbot, Jerry Anderson. We periodically put out a call for supporters, and he filled out our supporters form and said, well, I love your show. We've become friends. He's become a sponsor. The show we're doing on June 26th, he's the co-sponsor on. And here he is, the mystic abbot, Jerry Anderson. And I asked Jerry to come on and talk because tonight, as you know, we've been raising money to stop Pipeline 3. And protests are difficult. They're hard. But Jerry was at Standing Rock, as was Mark Sims, as was Danny Sheehan, as were probably many of you. And Jerry, you've got a little bit to share about what took place at Standing Rock that kind of weaves all of this together. Tell us your story. Oh, we're not hearing you though, Jerry. For some reason, we're not hearing you. While he gets that together, just a reminder that Jerry is the mystic abbot from the Mystic Monastery in San Juan, Puerto Rico, where he has 10,000 acres that he was the steward of. And we are certainly going to do a retreat at some point in Puerto Rico. And you'll be able to learn more about the Mystic Monastery and what he's doing during our June 26th show. So not sure how long he's going to need to get set up. You know what? I'm going to put the spotlight on Lori Grace for a moment while we wait. There's Lori live. You heard her wonderful video. Hi, Lori.
Hello.
I turned on the microphone and lost the whole picture.
Want to say thank you so much for helping to sponsor tonight's show. I know you've kind of come in and you've watched significant parts of it. Anything that really has stood out for you tonight?
Well, I'm very excited about both of these things, both of the coming together of people to try to support a greener earth and an acknowledgement of respect of the Native American peoples and their lands, and also of the UFO and the diplomacy efforts that are being suggested. And Danny's a part of that, and Danny kind of goes through both worlds with the Lakota and with the UFOs. It's amazing. And also, he's helped start together with his sons the green energy utility plants that are down in San Benito County and also in San Luis Obispo and Monterey and Santa Cruz.
You know, it's such a small world. I first met Danny in your kitchen. The very first time I met him was in your kitchen, I think maybe 15 years ago. So thank you for your long-term activism. Of course, we've seen Lori on one of our earlier environmental shows. She has Haleakua Garden Farm, the beautiful resort retreat center. It's a full organic farm, totally sustainable, where we're hoping to have our September retreat. So just thank you so much, Lori, for all that you do to support the world.
And also with Marin Clean Energy, which became the inspiration for what Danny and his sons have done.
That's right. That's right. Lori's been very involved and really made a big difference in Marin County by working with Marin Clean Energy and defeating Pacific Gas and Electric, even though they outspent your organization. What was it? 35-1, I think they have.
And also that it spread all over to Alameda County, Richmond, Napa, another version to Sonoma, you know, many different places.
Wow.
So here we are, a lot of California, green utilities.
May we keep it green.
Yes.
Lori, thank you. Thank you so much. We really love you and appreciate you very much.
Great. You're welcome.
Jerry, have you gotten, I need you to unmute. I did mute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay.
All right.
Good. Well, I just want to encourage the people listening to these wonderful
understandings of the front line and what it's like to be on the front line. And, you know, there's some blessings that you get from being on the front lines that nobody talks about. And the one I would like to tell 3 real quick stories that you never heard before, probably, but were miracles that happened at Standing Rock. And those who were there got to witness them. The first one was a crazy story. The elders asked if a bunch of the people could move their teepees right up on top of where the pipeline was supposed to go. Of course, all the people, 18 teepees got moved up there. And the police came with the guns and they said, you got to move. And they didn't move. Next day they came again with guns, but this time they were determined to move us. And the story you never heard of before is in the middle of them trying to round us up, hundreds of wild buffalo came and surrounded the police.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you never heard that story. You never heard 2 more. So one day the elders were speaking to us in Standing Rock, and you know, I can't explain, but the guy was covered with eagle feathers from one end to the other, with the eagle whole wing in each hand, talking to us. But you know, the oil companies, they had sent a helicopter all day long, every single day, to hover over top of our camp. And it was so noisy that the elders, in order to speak to us, had to have a PA system. So one day, 6 charter buses came. And these were all kids from Wisconsin, Minnesota, but all from the indigenous tribes. So when the elders heard about this, they moved everybody back from the front of the fire where the elder was speaking to put all these kids. I mean, they were kids, 12, 15, 18 years old. And the sun was setting. And in the east, the opposite direction of the sun setting, this crazy like mist cloud as far away, as wide as the horizon, came down. Now, if I wouldn't have witnessed this, I couldn't have told you this was the truth, but this is the truth. On this screen that came down came all the colors of the rainbow, perfectly straight up and down, all the way across the sky at sunset. And so there's this helicopter above all these kids trying to listen to the elders speak that was just harassing us. It was so noisy. And there was an elder sitting next to me, and he says, look at the white tail. I'm telling you guys, underneath the helicopter, an eagle was holding the space for us. Underneath the helicopter.
Wow.
So there's blessings that you receive when you go out on the front line that you're never going to hear of, and it'll be your personal experience of being there. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Jerry, you're a blessing. You're a blessing to our world. And we always see Jerry. He's the guy dancing to the music, and he'll be our co-sponsor and co-host for the June 26th show. All right, I am going to turn it over. I'm going to bring the Hurtaks on. Thank you so much for staying with us. How's the show been for the 2 of you tonight? What stands out for you?
It's been outstanding.
Yeah.
And Alan's joining us, so
Yes,
it's been
I moved from camera to camera. No, we really enjoyed it, and it's perfect for their work, right?
Yeah,
Because-
I mean, we do both environment, as you said, and technology. In fact, we're all going to be at Contact in the Desert, as Deborah said, and our topic is actually the future of technology as it relates to extraterrestrial technology.
And we pioneered hydrogen energy. We've given major papers at the Academy of Science in Russia, Academy of Science in China.
And one of which was on hydrogen, the other was on superconductivity.
We've done quite a few papers with NASA colleagues as hydrogen, the fuel of the future, green hydrogen, that is. And we are so pleased to be the bridge between the East and the West, the North and the South, which is the cosmic cross, by the way.
Right. So how did it come together for you, Scott? Were you happy?
Absolutely. Just beautiful. Really, really beautiful. And
Good. Because
it's such an abundance of riches to have so many wonderful presenters and musicians. John's music.
Right.
Wow. You know, and the way I love how he talks to the Star family with so much love, so much invitation. As a coach, as a relationship coach, we always want to invite connection. John does a beautiful job with
I
this.
think this is making a difference. These programs, these wisdom teachings, the bringing the indigenous in. Every time I talk to an indigenous person or in that environment, it's like it transcends technology. You can only learn so much from your iPhone, but when you're sitting in nature and listening to the animals and sitting on the land, you can't call it technology. There's like an organic depth that happens as we kind of drop into ourselves. And I think that's the union here.
But I think what's important, Preston early on said that they want to make us more psychic. They want us to become more psychic. And I know that's the work of Alan Steinfeld and some of the work we've done with him and our work with remote viewing, that I think people are becoming more sensitized and really just knowing we can do it.
But we have to go beyond the psychic into the true spiritual, the new spiritual, the upliftment of consciousness and the ability to realize the power of consciousness. And this is where our studies with colleagues at Stanford Research Institute over 20 years with the best minds of physics and science have shown that consciousness is, as it were, the unknown variable that is the leap between the old consciousness, small c, and the large consciousness or new consciousness, capital C, through which miracles can take place.
And that's what Alan Steinfeld's book is all about, making contact, because it's not about the nuts and bolts. I mean, in a certain sense, it reminds me of, what was it, the CNN or the, actually 60 Minutes, I should say, when Elizondo was asked, well, what about extraterrestrials and do they exist?
Are they real? That was the first question Bill Whitaker said. Well, come on, are these real? And Elizondo says, come on, Bill, we're past that already. The government has admitted these things are real.
So the Making Contact book is actually doing that as well. It's taking us into the consciousness linkage. And when people talk about quantum physics, they're talking about the fact that we're non-local, that we're entangled. And as soon as you see extraterrestrial spacecraft, even at a distance, even if they don't land and you don't shake their hand, you have an entanglement with them. And there's a consciousness linkage. That's what the book is about a little bit.
And it's about going into the unknown. Everyone's afraid of the unknown, but that's just fear of what's known. The unknown is full of wonder, possibility, and increased human potential. So I just want to read a little quote that I put in the book by Rainer Marie Rilke, probably one of the best mystical poets of the 1900s, Czech and German.
Yeah.
And he wrote, "We must accept our reality as vastly as we possibly can. Everything, even the unprecedented, must be possible within it. This is, in the end, the only courage that is required of us. The courage to face the strangest, most unusual, most inexplicable experiences that can meet us." So we are at the doorstep of the unknown. And that is so exciting. There's not been a moment in human history like the one we're at right now.
But that's actually also why we feel that the governments aren't going to release everything, because they know that there's a consciousness overlap. They know that there's a multi-dimensional reality, that these beings go through walls and bring people through walls. I mean, how do you explain that overnight? I mean, it's a whole new reality.
And that's one other thing I want to talk about, because everyone's talking about UAPs instead of UFOs. So UFO is unidentified flying object, and UAPs is unexplained aerial phenomena. So and that's a government upgrade. It's not just a new branding. So they went from object to phenomena. What does that mean? That means it's more than just stuff in the sky, craft in the sky. There is a phenomenal impression that these things make on our consciousness.
That's right. And ultimately, in that shift, there is a concept of new information or wisdom that comes through. That is called noumena, not phenomena, but noumena, what the Greeks call the higher mind contact. So we go from CI5 to ultimately the I am contact that Moses had. And that's where sacred language, that is where sacred vocabularies and sacred geometry all converge into this powerful extension of mind reach.
Right. So the phenomena also includes this entanglement with human consciousness, as Deisree said, but also paranormal things sort of happen, synchronicities. People who've had contact with these ships and these beings become more telepathic. They become more compassionate. They become healers and greater artists. There is a shift. There's an upgrade to us. That's the phenomena that we are embracing, and that the government, sort of like the Catholic Church who put Galileo in prison, said, no, what's out there is out there. It can't be any different than we tell you. No. The whole world is changing, and we are changing as human beings, and this interaction is part of it.
In theology, we'd call it a shift from the age of the church to the age of the Holy Spirit. The speaking of a glossology, the speaking of a language of scientific wisdom, the speaking in the language of angels, recognized as cosmic scientists, engineers, and educators who are on our doorstep. And this is the wonderful aspect of the raising of consciousness, or the first phase of what some will call exotheology or astrotheology, the knowledge of the house of many mansions.
And I have to say, from our own unique experiences, I would say ETs exist, and they're wide, and there's different types. In fact, we've documented over 70 different extraterrestrial races. But in addition to that, we do feel there are, as Mark Sims had experienced, extra celestial levels, because his contact said that he was a celestial. And then we also feel there's what we call ultra terrestrials, which relate much more to the angelic presence. And why we think the angelic presences are different from the ETs, because they don't need any physical ships. They actually are light energy, purely and simply.
And that's why we believe, if I may just carry on, Alan, we believe that the ETs are not the final answer. That is the first orientation to something much greater that we must aspire to, is the ultra-terrestrials that give us the spiritual overview that connects with the new science, the compassion or psychology of the heart, and the roadmap of the universe.
Well, I just want to say the universe is much more complex than this 3D world. So we got to get used to that, because we're much more complex.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Scott. We could go on and on.
But you had some questions.
I'm not cutting you off. I actually have a question that's come in from one of our, from Robin. So I'm going to ask you a question, but just riffing on the beauty of what you were just saying. I think it's really important for us to recognize that we all get to have our own unique spiritual awakening. It might be with aliens, it might be with angels, it might be with archetypal figures. And just as if somebody said, well, what is a human life like? There are 8 billion current answers to what a human life looks like, and they're all really different from each other. Well, once you get into how large our universe is, it's beyond our little brains to imagine all the different dimensions, all the quantum physics of it. But so what we do is we come back to just the preciousness of each of our own unique spiritual journeys, and everybody's journey, whether it's seeing aliens, having a deep connection to Jesus, or Mary Magdalene, or an archetypal figure. They're all beautiful ways for us to wake up and remember who we truly are. So I'm glad you pointed that out in the way that you did. Thank you.
We are remembering it. Yes, that's this.
Yeah, and even seeing all those, it's like, okay, it's shaking up our reality. It's shaking it up so that it's like we can become more aware of a much bigger picture than the kind of very small, old paradigm little prison we've been in.
Destroying the earth, disregard for life, all that is the old story.
And I think it's really important, because I think they're coming here now, and I'll just speak of the extraterrestrials at this point, because the planet is going through changes. And even though we're causing a major part of that change, I believe there's also some other phenomena taking place on the planet, like the South Atlantic anomaly. If someone hasn't read up on that, I suggest they do, which is actually shifting kind of the polar fields in certain areas, really a reduction of the magnetic fields. There's a lot of things going on. Volcanoes is one thing. It's very hard to start that, although, like they said, some of the fracking situations that we're doing could instigate that. There seems to be a reason why there's more and more information. And in Dr. Hurtak's work, we're told that there was 64 levels of science. They were going to feed us the information to be able to be on top of what's happening. And as Deborah mentioned earlier, we're all out here in Sedona and people are flocking here. They're having experiences. They're actually being told to come here. There's not even places to rent anymore. It's so crowded because people are just being told this is a key vortex point for the planetary awakening.
So the 64 areas include the time countdown of 2004, the breakthrough in the human genome, understanding that the DNA RNA actually has a spiritual resonance to reason consciousness within the human fabric, the acknowledgement of the ancient historic sites as having a mathematical grid pattern that connects as a mirror with the star constellation we principally call the Pleiades in the system of Orion. And more importantly, in all of this, the social and the psychological dynamic of a new self, a new humanity, a homo universalis that can take its place as a citizen of the universe.
And I say one of the strange things we've talked about, the grays, the insectoids, the praying mantises on this program tonight. But I think one of the strangest things is that people have also seen our species out in space, because we don't believe in terms of our own cosmology that we actually came from here. We feel that we visited here, we forgot who we were, we're getting back to our cosmic memory, but you will find our species, which would be, for lack of a better word, called the Adamic species, also out in space.
So what other questions do some people have?
So Robin has been asking for a while, so thank you for your patience, Robin. I hope you're still with us. Please ask the Hurtaks, how do we stop the new natrium nuclear plant in Wyoming? And what do they know about the dangers of natrium plants?
Well, yes, in a general sense, what's happening all over, and you're bringing it to the fore, Scott and Deborah, is the fact that there's this dichotomy. And we're saying all the new technologies that are coming about can be used for the good or can be used for the bad. And so in terms of natrium, it doesn't seem like it's exclusively can be used negatively, but it can. And those are things that are taking place. I wanted to go back, if I could, just to drop that topic for just a minute, to even the pipeline number 5. You mentioned that, thank goodness for the governor of Michigan who's trying to stop this. This is a very old pipeline. It really starts in Canada, only runs through the top of Michigan, and then goes back into Ontario and Quebec. So the U.S. is using very little of this, we'll say oil and gas. It's pretty much just going on, and we're kind of being nice enough to allow that pipeline to go through our waters. It's really time to make the changes, to get on top of the technologies, to stop the nuclear, to stop any type of use of negative use of any types of technology.
We are also publishers of a book called Consciousness, Energy, and Future Science that explains how we can put together ecological communities. We are in touch with our European counterpart in Switzerland, where we teach people permaculture. We're the leading institute for that program in Europe. We work with the indigenous all throughout Latin America. So there are many breakthroughs now taking place that require an online university. So this is what the Academy for Future Science is. This means consciousness guiding science, not science of objects, not science of mechanistic relationships, but science of human and futuristic relationships that count. And here we have to do the troubleshooting in most instances ahead of time, not knowing all of the recipes of chemistry. We have to draw upon those who have been in the field, who have years of research in ecological communities.
And nuclear energy in any form, I think, is very, very dangerous. We don't know what that we're playing with. Some of the earliest UFO sightings were around Roswell, where the nuclear test sites were. These craft have been over nuclear missile silos. They turned off the nuclear code in the US and in the Soviet Union, when there was a Soviet Union. So there's some big concern. And we have to discover different types of energy, because obviously these craft, whatever they are, they're not filling up their gas tank to be here. They have an energy that could light up the world and not be at the expense of our environment. This is also, I think, the big problem with why it's been suppressed. The corporate elite don't want to give up their hold on the oil monopolies. And so we as a people's movement have to fight for freedom and the freedom of technology, which will free us from this enslavement.
Also, a new area, 0-point energy.
Your camera is frozen, so we just have a really frozen, fuzzy picture of you guys.
Oh.
So what I would suggest is I'm going to go to the Keys of Enoch screen. Oh, there you go. You're back. Okay.
I was going to say, Scott, and those of you who are staying on the program, that we had the opportunity years ago to be involved with 0-point energy, first mentioned in the Keys of Enoch in '73. It was not until the 1980s that the American Air Force took this seriously, and Dr. Bernie Haish and Hal Puda from SRI International, working on his own institute in Texas, have pioneered. And so there are many, many alternative strategies that we can push, and we need to push this at this time with the new administration looking in new directions for energy as well as consciousness implementation.
And if I can go back to something that Danny Sheehan said that I also had wanted to bring up, but of course time is always short, and that's going back to what Colonel Philip Corso introduced. And he said, of course, back in the 50s and 60s, that they had given a lot of the technology that they got from back engineering the UFOs to corporations. And I believe in some cases, this is perhaps some of the reason why the information isn't coming out as abundantly, because it's not the military that houses all the information. It's actually also the corporations, and they, can use this technology as they see fit. The two of the ones that Philip Corso mentioned, of course, this is going way back, was night vision goggles, which is something that Mark Sims uses all the time, if he can, in the CE5s and CE6s that he does. But also the other is fiber optic cable that we're using.
And the microchip, wasn't that a big discovery?
Well, yeah,
reverse engineering.
Some of the things are in question because there was a lot of technology also coming out at the time that seemed to maybe be enhanced.
Well, if you read The Day After Roswell by Colonel Corso, you'll see a whole list of things we've back engineered that are part of our everyday world now from the Roswell crash.
And that's only what they told us. I mean, there could be much more. So if you really delve down deep with, what the government has known since the 1950s or even the 1940s in this case, there could be amazing things that would start uncovering.
So this is a great leap of faith that we must all take, recognizing that new science, new consciousness, and new social planning can converge in a new and dynamic way. This is a time that's so precious, because if we do not make this great change and transformation through inner and spiritual awareness, unfortunately we'll slide backwards and we will simply see a repetition of the Dark Ages. So Ellen, you've got this interesting book by astronaut Gordon Cooper.
Well, I was going to read this from Truman, because we have seen this before, a flurry of news reports. There's UFOs. There were UFOs over the Capitol in the 1950s. So are we seeing something different? I think we are, but we have to pay attention to how the media and the government are trying to manage the narrative, trying to make us think something. They put the word threat in there. Well, it's really not a threat. If you heard some of Danny Sheehan's earlier talks after he became Luis Elizondo's client or lawyer, he said to Elizondo, these things really aren't a threat, are they? Something like this. And Elizondo says, well, none of the higher ups seem to be concerned with it. So I don't think it's a threat. But how is the government or the Pentagon spinning this? And I think that's a big split between Elizondo and the Pentagon, is this interpretation. I was just reading an article he did for an interview he did in the New York Post. And the last lines, it says, maybe what we thought were monsters, this is Elizondo speaking, are really our neighbors. So we need to shift our whole orientation. And this is why Danny talks about worldviews, the Worldview Institute. We need a paradigm shift of our relationship to the other, and not with fear, but with curiosity. And this is the time we're coming into.
But they have been really watching us, because you brought up Gordon Cooper. We actually personally knew him, and he joined us.
We worked with him.
But one of the first times he saw an extraterrestrial, it was a flotilla of spacecraft that was seen above the borders of East and West Germany. And he was, of course, the U.S. Air Force. And he said there were MiGs flying right next to him. They all looked up. They saw the Slotella spaceships in 51. And they realized that there was extraterrestrials watching what was going on
both sides.
on the border. I mean, can you imagine? So they are concerned about us. They're concerned how we deal with wars and violence and what it could explode into.
So what do they do with?
I was working on when I was working on the paranormal borderline. I got to know Gordon Cooper, and we did several stories. Well, 2 stories about it. And but he and I made a deal. He told me the things that he couldn't say on camera, and then he shared the things that he could say on camera. But the deal was that if I got really good stories, really good information that I thought was legitimate, he wanted me to send it his way. He was living in Van Nuys at the time, and we were located in West Hollywood where our studios were. And so it was really cool getting to know him. And now that he is long since passed, since you brought him up, I will share one of the stories he told me that he didn't want to go on camera saying. As most of you know, all the big black ops got moved to Alice Springs, Australia. And because there was stuff going on in Area 51 and it was just too close, too easy for people to come. So they moved all the black ops to Alice Springs. Well, Gordo went to Alice Springs, and for anybody who doesn't know who we're talking about, Gordon Cooper was one of the original Mercury 7 astronauts, famous in the movie The Right Stuff. He was a personal friend of John Kennedy, and totally fascinated with UFOs because he had had 2 UFO experiences. One was the story that Deisree just told. Yeah, there we go. And then he also was at Edwards Air Force Base when one actually landed.
Yeah.
And they filmed it. They sent it off to the Pentagon and never saw the film again. Gordon wrote a letter to the United Nations and really was trying to bring all of this information back out. So anyway, the story that he shared with me was when he was in Alice Springs. Now, mind you, I was interacting with him around 1996, 1997. So this is about 24, 25 years ago. And I don't really recall how much earlier from that time he had been on his visit to Alice Springs. So let's just say 25 years ago. They showed him, they walked him through and he was in like a lab and looking through a big glass window. And they brought out a Coke bottle and a Post-it note and a pen. And they said, put your name on the Post-it note, put it on the Coke bottle. He does that. They take the Coke bottle, go into this room, very Star Trek-like. He's looking through the window, big, and the Coke bottle disappears. They walk him to the room next door, and similar kind of a room, and the Coke bottle reappears, and the lab technician grabs it and shows it to him, showing that, yes, we've learned how to move objects like that. This is 25 years ago. I said, wow, how soon do you think it'll be until we'll be able to move people like that? They said, well, we've been working on it, and sometimes it works, but sometimes it doesn't.
Right.
Now, that was 25 years ago. And so you can only imagine if we had that technology then, Lord knows what level of technology we have now. And I think so much of what Deisree is saying is true. You know, most of the people that I interviewed back 25 years ago, former military officials, all said the reason the United States won the space race was because of the crash of Roswell. And we did get that craft, and we did reverse engineer it. And that gave us the heads up on the Russians. So I just wanted to kind of add a little bit of that since you brought up Gordon Cooper.
So that is quantum teleportation. Actually, we write about it in our chapter in Alan's new book, but it's just, of course, talking about how do you get from one place to another. And we do feel aliens have that ability. They have the ability even to manifest in wormholes. I think the whole Stargate TV series was certainly something that really is something, you know, if we can imagine it, I have to say it's in the consciousness field, and therefore it probably is something that's real.
I interviewed Howe Putoff a couple of years back, and he said They can teleport properties of atoms from one place to another instantaneously. So it's just a matter, and I think he was hinting at, because how do you know one atom from another? Just by its property. So the property is the essence of the thing. So he was trying to tell me that yes, we have this technology and we're modifying it. So
it's called in the keys of Enoch transference. And actually, one major head of state, I will not mention his name, was actually physically teleportated this way.
Wow.
Aboard a spaceship and then brought back. And his role was to inform other heads of state that this is the capability of the cosmic others. They can do this to governments, ultimately, that will not obey, as it were, a sign that the war game era is over.
Well, talk about what happened to Uri Geller.
Uri Geller, which was a colleague of mine years ago, and actually carries a special scroll that I wrote for him on contact with the higher intelligence, was teleported from Schlemmer's department store in New York to Ossining, New York, which is up in North Hudson, some 45 plus miles, and came through the screen door of my colleague, the late Dr. Andrei Puharich, a well-known paraphysicist and medical doctor. And I was there to clean up with Deisree the debris on the screen porch, which is to suggest that he was able to have physical evidence and show humanity, and in particular skeptical scientists, that teleportation of 35 to 45 miles was possible.
But he didn't do this. It just happened to him. He didn't know why or how, but he was in actually a meeting and he was able to say, hey, now I'm in this area of Ossining. How long did it take? And it literally was almost instantaneous.
But if you listen to Grant Cameron, he says the latest technology is not in craft, it's with portal technologies. This is what the government's really talking about. And Grant talks about the weirdness in the sky, Ron Pandolfi developing and researching all this portal stuff. I mean, we should have Grant on again, because that is the key to the next level of technology, these wormholes through space and time.
Grant is a good researcher and writer. We concur with his observations, and we have seen in parts of Ecuador and Brazil that there are actual portals that the ancients and the shamans in recent times have also used to teleportate from place to place.
Well, there's natural portals like we
Sedona.
see, but there's man-made creation of portals, sort of what Nassim Haramein was trying to do with his black hole technology. There's many ways to bend time and space. They talk about this in A Wrinkle in Time, a tesseract. So this is really the next phase of technology, not little things in the sky. It's dimensional doorways.
A couple of things for Gary Crane, who might be coming on. Gary, I need you to turn on your camera so that I can see that you're with us and what your quality looks like. And I do want to go to your website for, again, a lot of people are wanting more information about the Hurtaks. And again, the website is keysofenoch.org. There's a lot going on here. And they have created the Academy for Future Science. It's a nonprofit organization. It's dedicated to using the discoveries of science and spiritual insights through consciousness exploration. They're a non-political organization, and they emphasize the need to bring science and spirituality together into greater harmony as we face the challenges of the 21st century. So definitely check that out. And yes, go ahead.
Well, you can see on the webpage there, we have the book that we wrote with Elizabeth Rauscher, Mind Dynamics in Space and Time. Again, this is the celebrated work, the real X-Files of what Stanford Research Institute, in conjunction with the American intelligence community, researched for over 20 years behind the scenes.
Of remote viewing mostly, but also other aspects of it.
Well, non-local consciousness is something I teach actually on Portal to Ascension. I teach people how to understand their right brain is a bigger aspect of creation. The left brain is the ego brain, but the right brain's in touch with everything. So anyone can remote view. Anyone can know anything about everything anytime.
And this is part of the age of miracles that we're moving into, the fact that we have no boundaries, no secrecy anymore, because everything works according to a certain vibratory level of information. You can tap into that, particularly through spiritual meditation, prayer, and activation of the positive attributes of human, shall we say, beingness, then you can understand the being behind being and becoming. That is the divine mind that we're all connected with.
And speaking about governments, actually, I encourage people to watch on Amazon Prime Third Eye Spies, which was a movie that Russell Targ put together about this program and some of the information. And, you know, they wanted government funding, and it was obviously hard to get for remote viewing. So they were doing a test over in the West Virginia area. And someone said, oh, I know, I'll give them a coordinates. Let's see what they see there. So what they saw was an NSA facility, and the remote viewers were able to go inside the file cabinets and to actually pull out top secret names of programs that the NSA was doing. This is back in the early 70s, as they were trying to view the Russian spying on Russia, basically, at that time. And so this came back, and yes, they found out that they were 100% accurate. The original target was not the NSA facility. It was simply like a kind of farmhouse or a cabin, but over the hill was the NSA facility. So it was an amazing, really, a situation that took place, but they saw everything. They knew everything about
the Russians were doing this in Novosibirsk, but the reason the Americans got the upper hand is because this was not attached so much negative thinking, but positive thinking. This is the importance.
Anyone can do this. You can train your right brain, which is like your internet to infinity, to just access any place in time, space. Your left brain can't. Your left brain is like what's just on your computer. The right brain has access to all knowledge. The idea is just getting out of the way, getting your personality out of the way, and then you're connected. And that's what the Stanford Research Institute program did. They taught this getting out of the way to first keep up with the Russians, because the Russians had a psychic spying program. The CIA says, well, the Russians can do it, we can do it, but they didn't want to call it psychic spying because it sounded a little weird, so they named it remote viewing.
Exactly right.
Really?
So we're at an amazing threshold now. We must put the energies that have brought us together into a positive dialogue. We must emphasize negotiating with our cosmic others, our friends, on a positive level. We must utilize a higher spiritual consciousness to see the unity, which is in that ancient text that Ellen said earlier, a new heavens and earth, is from Isaiah chapter 55. The Hebrew word is shamayim, many heavens. We must understand that the ancient true prophets and true mystics understood there was a scientific gem of knowledge in every scripture, and utilizing that spiritual and scientific potential together is the secret of opening up the matrix.
Right. So it's a higher science that we're at the verge of understanding. I think quantum physics is an in-between step because it comes down to the subjective experience of the individual. There is no objective reality. So quantum physics isn't a real science. It's a development in potential of what the ETs already know to move beyond time and space. But it's the first steps in understanding the greater science.
And we have that potential. I think that's the first thing we have to do to start opening it. Everyone says, well, how do I start? Well, first of all, you have to believe you can do it. And we can do it because all life is entangled. It's a non-local reality. And I also often say, you know, just hold up your cell phone and think about who's calling you before you even look at it. And you'll start developing your own, we'll say, higher awareness. And therefore,
I can always tell when my mother's calling.
I can always tell when Alan's calling.
Oh, really? Thanks.
All right. I promised a couple of people we would be done by 10 o'clock.
There's another way, and that is the multidimensionality of music.
Scott, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Scott.
I'm sorry. We do got to wrap up, and you guys are fantastic. So, you know, we're going to do next weekend, June 11th and 13th, we're going to do more opportunities. So maybe you guys can join us on the show that I'm doing either Friday night, June 11th, or Sunday morning, June 13th. Think about which of those you could do. They're both going to be continuing giving this information on making contact, and there's so much to cover. So Friday night Straight Talk, 7:30 Pacific time on the 11th, or Sacred Sunday show on the 13th.
Well, we'll let you know because Alan's actually off to Laughlin as well. He's going to be meeting.
But I think I'll be back by Friday. And I think the 11th is probably your more popular show, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, we get more people on the 11th, although they're both wonderful. So You don't have to decide right now. We'll text about it. All right.
Anyway, good night. We
Thank
enjoyed
you,
being
Scott.
with
That
you
was
guys.
really
Love
fun.
to Debbie.
All of you out
Deborah.
there, great.
Just looking at the chat.
Great
Okay.
love.
Are you wrapping up now? Or are you doing
And great
anything
lights.
else?
I'm gonna go to John Martin and let him wrap us up with some music, so you guys can go ahead and respond to some of the chat in the chat box.
Thanks
And,
again, Scott. It was really
Thank you so much. Aren't they fantastic? Wow. So I'm going to go. I thought it would be really nice just to close out with some really beautiful, soft music. And really so grateful for John. You know, John just sent me a lovely photo. So John, tell us about this picture we're looking at.
This was the day after Easter 2 years ago. And there was a second photo also that shows the portal. Did I send that one as well?
You did. I'll pull that up in a moment.
Yeah, and this lovely angelic being came to the park where I have all of my experiences, and it was just so magnificent. But at the time, I really couldn't look at it for very long. My mind wasn't quite ready. I was able to get a few pictures of it. But I really couldn't look at it in the way it deserved. And I felt kind of bad about that. That night, this beautiful golden craft came down about treetop level. There's the portal to the right that it came through. And I apologized. I said, I'm really sorry I could only look at it for just a few seconds. And it expanded 10 times, acknowledging that, this is difficult. This is something that we have to, it takes a while for our spirits to be able to envelop these kind of experiences. And it was a beautiful thing. It really was quite lovely.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And we're going to conclude with
Scott, I now have audio and video.
Yeah. Hey, Gary. Gosh, you know what?
I interviewed quite a few people at the campsite, as you asked me to do.
Right. All right. Well, we're going to go just a few minutes longer. So, John, can you hold on one moment?
Go ahead. I'll wait for you.
I'm going to switch
Absolutely.
over very briefly, Gary, because I had promised that we'd finish by 10 o'clock, and it's 10 o'clock. So, can you briefly just summarize? Gary Crane is out in Minnesota, where the protests have been happening. Give us a little summary of what you've experienced and what you've seen, Gary.
Well, I only had time to talk to a few people. It was most of the whole time was prayers being given by the indigenous leaders. One person said they felt a sort of spiritual joy that they felt you could only get when you actually finally take a courageous stand for what you've been saying you really care about. Another person said that they were really grateful for all the people that showed up. There were somewhere about 2,000, about twice their goal. And you asked me to ask people about their needs. And one woman said that other than her own personal need for community, she was meeting a need to give back to our mother for all she's giving me and humanity. And another American Indian who had fought at Standing Rock said that he was anxious, apprehensive that there will be enough like us to continue coming in the weeks ahead that are willing to sacrifice what we're sacrificing in order to be able to prevail. And I just want to add that since there's been so much talk about sort of otherworldly things, that Kurt Vonnegut, the famous author, once said that in the battle between good and evil, greed and compassion, the only thing that historically that's ever made the difference is organizing. And organizing is a numbers game. And so it's really important to be able to get the numbers there every week after week, people willing to incur a little bit of inconvenience to save our mother. And I just want to end by just saying really quick that those of you who know me know I'm a social change history buff. And while winning elections is essential, I went to Georgia for weeks and knocked on doors and so forth. And green social enterprise is great through like the Ford 150 and focusing pressure on BlackRock to get these great achievements that happened at Chevron and Exxon, and maybe ET's could help. Although, frankly, I think they probably have more important things to do up there. The only strategies that have ever really historically worked to make the positive economic changes we urgently need has been mass nonviolent civil resistance. And if you know the work of Anka Chenoweth and our work at Get Courage Now, the good news is we only need 2.5% of the public actively engaged, especially in this summer. This is an epic moment. This is our chance to finally put the last nail in the coffin with Enbridge and save this planet. We only need 2.5% of the public, 2 out of every 100 people, to give enough of a damn to make a difference. And one last thing, since we're in Minnesota, one person said, quoted the famous Paul Wellstone, the senator of Minnesota, who said, if we don't fight hard enough for the things we stand for, that we say we care about, at some point we have to recognize we don't really stand for them.
Thank you very much, Gary. So I really appreciate all that you've shared. I appreciate that you've made the choice to go all the way out there. It's not easy. You're doing it on your own money. So God bless you. How many people were at the protests today, would you say?
Well, I counted about 1,500, but they say about 2,000. And I really, frankly, you don't have to thank me. I think it's our planetary duty. I mean, most of us will make a big deal about Christmas or Rosh Hashanah or in Islam, the counterpart for Islam. But I think our most important planetary duty once a year is to risk a night in jail. This is the safest country in the world to spend a night in jail. And even a little mace and a little tear gas. When you come out, you'll realize it's your happiest, proudest moment of your life. And the dopamine rush you'll get will last for weeks. It's better than sex, frankly, if you do the math. And you meet the nicest people.
Get to Minnesota.
Yep. Spend a night in jail with the best people in the world who walk the talk, who aren't just, saying I care or worse, agonizing instead of organizing.
Thank you, Gary. And Gary, I'll invite you to our follow-up show that we're doing on Friday night, June 11th. And you and I will talk this week.
Thanks so much for having me on. Thanks to Lori Grace for making this happen.
Absolutely. God bless Lori Grace. Whew. All right. So there's a lot to integrate. What Gary was just sharing, and I'm going to one more time just remind everybody you can still donate. Go to Honor the Earth, and we want to stop line 3. donorbox.org/line-3. Please do donate. Please do donate. And so as we integrate everything that we heard from our presenters, the Hurtaks and Jerry Anderson and Mark and Danny Sheehan, I'm going to go back to John. And John, I just would love to drop into your music and let your beautiful music be our final way to integrate all that we've experienced tonight.
Thank you, Scott. It's been such a great pleasure for me to be here with you. I had dinner with President Carter in Toledo, Spain, and we had a beautiful meal, and we spoke of many things, including UFOs, and that was the impetus for me to, between that and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, to try to use music to connect with the universe. And this is his favorite song. It's by Francisco Tarraga. It's called Recuerdos de la Alhambra.
Just beautiful. Just beautiful, John.
Thank you, Scott. It's been such a great pleasure to be with you tonight. Thank you.
Well, we're definitely going to invite you back a lot. You bring a lot of
Please.
just beautiful energy to us. And that's all I remember is John taught us to go out, look at the stars, talk to them as our friends. Guys, whether it's whatever your spiritual journey is, whether it's up in the skies or in the inner world, whether it's through the dream time or through an archetype that you believe in, this is the time that the world is changing. Our world is changing. And so that's why we come together as Global Peace Tribe and share all these different ways of expanding our consciousness, raising our awareness. God bless you, John. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. Just
Thank
was it. Really
Thank you, Scott. What a great pleasure. And just make it a daily practice. That's what I do. Connect with the universe. And there's no ritual involved. I just go outside and I speak with them as I would speak to you or my kids or my family or friends. And they respond back. And it's easy and it's fun and it's enlightening and important. And thank you.
Thank you, John. What a beautiful modeling you sent for us tonight. I want to thank Debbie Johnston for staying with us and helping me out. Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate it. Thank you, Gary, for going out there. Thank you, Jerry, and your wonderful friend that you met through Saturday Night Live. And most of all, I can't believe it. There's still 168 people in the Zoom room. God knows how many watching on Facebook. Thank you. Clearly, these words, these sharings are precious to you, precious to me. Please do join me tomorrow morning. Reverend Michael Beckwith is amazing, and he offers some really valuable wisdom. And I'm going to have the great TJ Woodward with me. And we all know people struggling with depression, addiction, alcoholism, domestic violence, all those challenges. And we're going to tackle tomorrow morning very specific ways of dealing with those issues. So please join me, 10 o'clock in the morning for my Sacred Sunday show. And then next Friday night, Mark Sims, I'll bring on Gary, probably the Hurtaks, and Alan for my Straight Talk show.